Chapter 697. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. How could there be two people so similar in this world? Their appearance, body shape, and temperament were exactly the same. Even if they were biological brothers, it would be difficult to reach such a level, right? For a moment, several cultivators stared at Lin Tian, only to feel their scalps go numb. You can't be, are you, that. These people were terrified. The crowd retreated. At this time, they stared at Lin Tian as if they were looking at a demon. Lin Tian didn't care about these people's reaction, but his eyes were intertwined with a cold light. The young supremacy of the Dark Shadow clan was really good at spreading rumors about him. Forget about the young supremacy of the Ant clan. He was the one who killed the other party. This was not a big deal because no matter what, the Ant clan would want to kill him. However, this young supremacy of the Dark Shadow clan actually said that several experts of the Bone clan were also killed by him. This was a little despicable. One should know that those 5 people were clearly killed by the young supremacy of the Dark Shadow clan. Now, they were pouring dirty water on him. This was clearly to draw hatred to him and put the Bone clan on the opposite side of his enemy. Good scheming, he mocked in his heart. It's really that the young man in yellow who spoke first trembled. On the streets of this city, many cultivators looked over, and their eyes fell on Lin Tian. It's that person. After plotting to kill the young supremacy of the Ant clan and several experts of the Bone clan, he actually dares to appear here like this. Many people's expressions changed. Almost in the blink of an eye, the voices came out one after another, causing the city to be filled with exclamations. Lin Tian knew that it was probably impossible to inquire about something in the city, so he could only walk out of the city. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the city gate. Don't even think about escaping. At this time, a roar filled with anger and killing intent rang out. The Ant race and the Bone race happened to have some experts living in the city. After hearing the roar, they rushed over and surrounded Lin Tian at the city gate. Among them, there were 13 warriors from the Ant clan. The one with the highest cultivation was at the 4th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. There were 6 warriors from the Bone clan. The one with the highest cultivation was at the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. Moreover, there was a group of other cultivators following behind them. They were densely packed, and it was obvious that they were all here to watch the show. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. His expression was very calm. He naturally knew why these cultivators from the 2 clans had come. His gaze descended onto the 13 members of the Ant clan, and he glanced casually at them before he said, "I even slaughtered those ants of yours that were said to be able to kill half-step Grand Dao realm experts. Now, a few trash ants like you dare to come looking for trouble with me? Do you want to die so badly? This ant, a useless ant." Many cultivators trembled. The Ant race was very powerful. Their original form was a type of demonic ant from the ancient times, and their bloodline was very powerful. But now, such a powerful race's young supreme being was directly called an ant, and these Ant race cultivators in front of them were called useless ants. These people only felt that the person in front of them was simply too arrogant and bold. He was simply treating the Ant race as if they were nothing. However, these people quickly understood. If he was not arrogant and bold, how would he dare to kill the young supreme being of this bloodline? Bastard, you just relied on a despicable trap to kill our clan's genius. Who do you think you are? If you rely on your own strength, you are nothing. You damn thing. Damn you. The leader of the Ant race roared, his eyes bloodshot. Take him down. Kill him. Kill him. The rare genius of the Ant race in thousands of years had been killed by someone. To the Ant race, this was a great loss. Everyone in the Ant race wanted nothing more than to swallow Lin Tian alive. Boom, boom, boom. 3 waves of demonic aura surged. Immediately, 3 Ant race cultivators rushed toward Lin Tian. They were all at the first heaven of the immortal ascension realm. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Naturally, he would not show any mercy to these ant race cultivators. Looking at the three of them rushing toward him, he directly slapped out. With a poof, the person at the front was slapped into pieces on the spot. Then he grabbed the ant race cultivator at the back by his right wrist and smashed him like a weapon toward another ant race cultivator. They all exploded. This so powerful. 3 immortal ascension realm cultivators were actually, many people's hearts trembled. These people widened their eyes, and they all felt a chill down their spines. Previously, when they heard the description of the young supreme being of the dark shadow race, everyone thought that Lin Tian relied on a trap to kill the young supreme being of the ant race by luck. Perhaps his strength was considered powerful, but not by much. Otherwise, he would not have needed to set up a trap. But at this moment, seeing the scene in front of them, these people's thoughts were suddenly shaken. Although they were only at the first heaven of the immortal ascension realm, it was terrifying enough to kill 3 immortal ascension realm cultivators with a raise of his hand. It was definitely not something an ordinary immortal ascension realm cultivator could do. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He tilted his head to look at the bone race cultivators and said, "Those people of your bone race who died were not killed by me. On the contrary, they were killed by the dark shadow race, the insect race, the blood wolf race, and the ant race's young supreme being. It has nothing to do with me." At this moment, the reason why he was explaining to these bone race cultivators was not that he was afraid of trouble, but that he did not want to attract unnecessary trouble to himself. The 6 bone race cultivators who lived here were all experts. Their cultivations ranged from the 4th heaven of the immortal ascension realm to the 6th heaven of the immortal ascension realm. They stared at Lin Tian with cold eyes. One of them said coldly, "Would you obediently admit that you killed them?" Lin Tian was a little uncomfortable with this person's tone, but he still said, "If I killed them, I would not dare to deny it. If I didn't kill them, I have no need to admit it. Those experts of your clan were indeed not killed by me. As I said, it was the dark shadow race's young supreme being who colluded with the supreme beings of the other 3 races to kill your people." Hearing his words for the second time, the expressions of many cultivators in this place turned strange. The deaths of the bone race cultivators really weren't caused by his scheme. Could the dark shadow race's young supreme being be lying? It really was the dark shadow race's young supreme being who colluded with the supreme beings of the other 3 races to... That's a young supreme being. He wouldn't do such a despicable thing, right? Yeah, he's a young supreme being after all. Many people frowned. After all, the dark shadow race's young supreme being was a famous young expert in this heaven domain. Being able to reach such heights, he shouldn't be so petty, right? Looking at Lin Tian, at this moment, Lin Tian's expression didn't seem to show any signs of lying. For a moment, these people really couldn't figure out who was telling the truth. The experts of the bone race looked at the dozen or so cultivators of the ant race, their eyes slightly cold. Obviously, they were a little shaken after hearing Lin Tian's words. This undoubtedly caused the dozen or so cultivators of the ant race here to tremble, and a chill ran down their spines for no reason. The leader of the ant race hurriedly said, "Experts of the bone race, please don't listen to this bastard's slanderous words. This bastard killed a genius of our race and several of your race's clansmen. He already knows that our race and your race won't let him go, so he deliberately made up such a story. He wants to make your race suspicious and let your race and our race fight to the death while he stays out of it. This is his scheme." Who in this heaven domain didn't know the tyranny of the bone race? If the bone race listened to Lin Tian and targeted the ant race, it would definitely be a great disaster for the ant race. At this time, the ant race cultivator faced the experts of the bone race and lowered his posture. At the same time, he stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger, and the killing intent in his eyes became more intense. Hearing the words of the ant race cultivator, The 6 people of the bone race frowned and turned their heads, their cold eyes landing on Lin Tian again. It was still the same person who spoke first. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the connecting immortal realm, and he said coldly, "Is that what you think?" Lin Tian frowned slightly. This person's tone made him feel even more uncomfortable. Moreover, he was looking down on him with the attitude of an emperor. His voice became slightly indifferent. "I said I didn't kill them. It has nothing to do with me." "You say it has nothing to do with you, and we have to believe you." The 6 people looked cold. "Then, what do you want to believe me?" Lin Tian Ondao. Among the 6 people, the strongest cultivator at the 6th level of the connecting immortal realm stepped forward and said coldly, "Stand there and don't move. Let me search your spiritual sea. We'll know whether it's true or not. If our clansmen really didn't die because of you, our race won't do anything to you. This search my spiritual sea? Seems a little." At this place, many people were slightly shocked. Usually, cultivators had their own secrets. If someone searched their spiritual sea, the secret would be exposed. Moreover, the spiritual sea was an incomparably important existence to a cultivator. It was definitely a very bad thing to let someone search their spiritual sea. Lin Tian's face instantly sank. He just didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, which was why he had repeatedly explained to these people. However, these people had maintained an overbearing attitude from the beginning. Now, they were even reaching for a yard after taking an inch and actually wanted to search his sea of consciousness. "If you want to die, just say it," he said coldly. At this time, facing the 6 people of the Bone Clan, he no longer had any trace of politeness. A wave of coldness intertwined. "Friends of the Bone Clan, look, how arrogant is this beast. Apart from being killed by him, how could there be any other possibility?" The leader of the Ant Clan said. At the same time, the faces of the 6 people of the Bone Clan naturally became gloomy. Bone-chilling, murderous intent spread out without any concealment. "It seems that the rumors are true. The few people of my clan were really killed by you." The leader of the Bone Clan said coldly, "No need to say more. Kill him." An expert of the Bone Clan stepped forward and slapped Lin Tian. Chapter 698. The Bone Clan expert's speed was also very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Lin Tian. "Read the full text. So fast. Little bastard. How dare you touch a member of my clan?" The man's eyes were cold. With a buzzing sound, the strength in his right hand increased. His momentum was extremely strong. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He raised his right hand and grabbed the man's wrist. The man was shocked. "You!" Lin Tian grabbed the man's wrist and twisted it slightly. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the man screamed on the spot. Moreover, at the same time, a ghastly longsword floated out and was held in midair by him using the weapon control technique. It flickered with a ghastly cold light and was aimed straight at the center of this person's brows. It was less than an inch away from the center of this person's brows, causing this person to stop screaming on the spot. His eyes immediately revealed a terrified expression, and cold sweat even flowed down his forehead and cheeks. That's a 4th heaven of the reaching immortal realm. In an instant he was so scary. The crowd trembled. The other 5 Bone Clan experts also changed their expressions. For a moment they didn't move. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He wanted to directly pierce the man's forehead with the weapon control technique, but in the end he didn't do it. He looked at the other 5 Bone Clan experts and said coldly, "I'll say it one last time. The death of your clansmen has nothing to do with me. I have no obligation to cooperate with you." He swung his right hand and directly shook the Bone Clan expert. "This time I'll let you go. Don't provoke me again." At this time he could directly prove his words by using the spirit engraving. However, he would never do that, because at that time his vision was focused on the sword soul fragment. Once he used the spirit engraving, the sword soul fragment would appear in front of everyone. This was not something he wanted to see. After all, the sword soul fragment was related to the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Like the reincarnation body, it was his biggest secret. The fewer people who knew about that, the better. Even though there were dozens of people who had seen the sword soul fragment in the ancient ruins at that time, those people only treated it as an extraordinary treasure. This more or less made him feel more at ease. And now, if he were to use the spirit carving in Feng Luo City, it might be exposed to the whole world. If some old antiques who were cultivating in seclusion were to notice that it was a soldier spirit, then he would really be in trouble. To him, that was a true disaster. After all, only the legendary Chaos Origin Sky Treasure has a weapon soul. It's enough to make anyone under the Chaos realm go crazy. When he was in the sword tomb of the second heaven, the Nirvana stage Nether Demon Dragon tried to snatch the sword soul fragment in the depths of the sword tomb, but in the end it was defeated by the divine sword in his knowledge sea. At this time, after he used the spirit seal, once someone realized that the 7-colored light source was a soldier's soul, he would really die. Therefore, he had to be extremely cautious. It was impossible for him to use the spirit carving at that time. It was also because of this that he only verbally explained to the people of the Bone Clan 3 times. In fact, he felt that he had done enough explaining these 3 times because, as he said just now, he did not kill the members of the Bone Clan. In this world of cultivation, he had no obligation to cooperate with the Bone Clan. He stared at the 6 people of the Bone Clan and said coldly, "Just now you wanted to search my knowledge sea and attack me. I will pretend that didn't happen. But I warn you, don't do it a second time. Otherwise, I will not show mercy." In this place, many people's hearts trembled. They only felt that Lin Tian was too strong. Facing the powerhouses of the Bone Clan, he actually had such an attitude. He did not care at all and coldly shouted at them. It was simply too strong. Friends of the Bone Clan, look. Who does he think he is? How dare he do this? The leader of the Ant Clan stared at Lin Tian. There was fear in his eyes, but more than that, there was killing intent. You schemed to kill the geniuses of our clan and killed several powerhouses of the Bone Clan. Now you are still so arrogant. This is simply intolerable. If we don't kill you, how can we bring peace to this land? Kill him, the man roared. Immediately, except for the leader of the Ant Clan, the surrounding cultivators of the Ant Clan all rushed out and attacked Lin Tian. There was fear in these people's eyes, but Lin Tian was the person who killed the young sovereign of the Ant Clan. At this time, when the leader of the Ant Clan gave the order, how could these people not attack? Although they were afraid, they had to charge forward. Let's join forces and sacrifice to the divine ant-killing formation, one of the Ant Clan cultivators shouted. For a moment, the 9 Ant Clan cultivators who rushed out all moved separately. In the blink of an eye, their figures became somewhat illusory, giving people a huge difference in perspective. They attacked Lin Tian from all directions. Moreover, when the 9 Ant Clan cultivators worked together, their offensive power increased by a lot. That kind of aura made many cultivators in this place tremble in fear. It is said that the Ant Clan's Heavenly Ant God-slaying formation can be used by up to 10,000 people at the same time. It can destroy almost all living things. A cultivator said, "Boom!" This place was filled with astonishing demonic chi. When the 9 Ant Clan cultivators worked together to attack Lin Tian, their movements were somewhat confusing, making it difficult for people to catch sight of them. Lin Tian was surrounded by the 9 Ant Clan cultivators. His expression was indifferent. The long sword that he had used previously fell into his hand. With a swing of the sword, he directly shattered the combined killing light of the 9 Ant Clan cultivators using the Heavenly Ant God-slaying formation. It turned into specks of demonic chi that floated in the air. The leader of the Ant Clan was shocked. Facing the Heavenly Ant God-slaying formation, which was used by 9 ant clan cultivators. Lin Tian seemed to be under no pressure at all. Gritting his teeth, he turned to the 6 bone race masters and said, "Friends from the bone race, this beast is indeed quite strong. My clan has trapped it with the heavenly ant-killing god Array. So I ask friends from the bone race to join forces and kill this beast together to avenge our clansmen." Saying so, he added, "This beast is too arrogant." The last sentence was obviously deliberately said for the 6 bone clan cultivators to hear, especially for the bone clan cultivator who was injured by Lin Tian just now. He wanted the 6 bone clan cultivators to attack again and kill Lin Tian together. The 6 bone clan cultivators were not stupid. Naturally, they knew what the leader of the ant clan cultivators was thinking. Even so, the 6 of them stared at Lin Tian with cold eyes, even colder than before. Especially the expert from the bone clan who'd been injured by Lin Tian just now. His gaze was the most ghastly. Lin Tian had injured him in front of everyone just now, and it could be said that he'd lost all face. At this time, the bone clan cultivator's eyes were filled with malice. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Kill him and avenge our clansmen." With a boom, the bone clan cultivator moved as soon as he finished speaking. He activated his divine ability and rushed towards Lin Tian. The leader of the bone clan cultivators stared coldly at Lin Tian, who was surrounded by the 9 ant clan cultivators. After a pause, he spat out a word filled with murderous intent. "Kill!" Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the bone clan cultivators moved together and pressed towards Lin Tian. "Kill!" The leader of the ant clan shouted and followed closely behind. Together with the 6 bone clan cultivators, they charged towards Lin Tian mercilessly. Suddenly, the area turned into a sea of killing lights, forcing many onlookers to retreat hurriedly. Crack! Waves of crisp sounds came from the void, as if it was about to collapse in the next moment. Lin Tian took a step forward, dodging the dense killing lights as he glanced coldly at the 6 bone clan cultivators. "You're courting death," he said coldly. The 6 bone clan cultivators' eyes were cold. They did not say a word. They just stared at Lin Tian mercilessly and sent out killing lights, one after another. The leader of the ant clan snorted coldly. His eyes were cruel as he said, "You're trapped by our heavenly ant-killing god formation." Facing the joint attack of 6 bone clan cultivators and 10 bone clan cultivators, "You still dare to be so arrogant? Little bastard, do you really think you're something? Today, you can only die here at the hands of my clan and the bone clan cultivators. We'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the ant clan cultivator. His eyes were as cold as snow. This gaze undoubtedly made the person from the ant clan extremely unhappy. His expression became even colder. "Activate my clan's god-killing ant formation even more." His voice was gloomy and cold. However, in the next moment, he was forcefully interrupted because Lin Tian's figure had suddenly appeared before him as if he had crossed through space. This caused his expression to change drastically. Lin Tian did not say anything. The long sword in his hand glowed with cold light as he mercilessly chopped down on the ant clan cultivator's head. The ant clan cultivator was terrified. At this moment, he felt as if the space around him had been completely sealed. He could not move or dodge. "Stop! Poof!" The void split open and blood splattered. The ant clan cultivator's head was directly chopped off, and his body exploded with a poof. Suddenly, everyone's hearts trembled. One sword killed. The crowd trembled. It was only one sword, but he had killed a 4th heaven of the spirit-connecting realm cultivator. Moreover, he was killed while being surrounded by so many strong cultivators. How terrifying was this strength! The 9 members of the ant race who had formed the heavenly ant-killing god Array trembled. Their leader was actually killed so easily. In an instant, the 9 cultivators' expressions changed drastically, and they could not help but tremble. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the 9 cultivators of the ant clan coldly. He was a 6th-stage array master, and he had mastered the heavenly one-soul art, the supreme ancient scripture of the array Tao. These people had used a simple joint attack formation to kill him. Standing in the middle of the joint attack formation, he could see the core flaw of the formation in the blink of an eye. The long sword in his hand trembled, and he directly deflected dozens of sword rays. He slashed horizontally from different angles, and while breaking the joint attack formation, the sword pierced through the foreheads of the 9 cultivators. This, the heavenly ant-killing god formation of the ant clan, formed by 9 strong cultivators, was broken, and it was also one sword, hee. As they stared at Lin Tian, the hearts of all the cultivators trembled. At this time, the 6 cultivators of the Bone clan also paled. They truly felt the terror of Lin Tian. One of them could not help but take a step back. Chapter 699. The sword in Lin Tian's hand was very ordinary, but at this time it was intertwined with a chilling aura that made the 6 Bone clan cultivators tremble. Seeing Lin Tian walk over, the 6 Bone clan cultivators felt their hearts tremble for no reason. But soon, their eyes became cold again. They gritted their teeth, and a murderous light appeared in their eyes. "Don't be afraid of him. There are 6 of us. Let's use our Bone clan's special technique together," the leader of the Bone clan cultivators said in a deep voice. "Let's kill him together." The Bone clan cultivator who had been injured by Lin Tian nodded. Although there was fear in his eyes, there was no doubt that there was more sinister light. The 6 of them roared, and their bodies flashed with divine light. A majestic force combined and swept in all directions. All around, the surrounding cultivators were shocked by this aura, and all of them retreated. In the blink of an eye, the place became empty. Only Lin Tian walked step by step toward the 6 Bone clan cultivators. His steps were gentle, and the black hair on his forehead danced in the wind. "Kill!" At this time, 6 Paths coldly shouted. The 6 Bone clan cultivators attacked together. Pieces of spine rushed out of their bodies. All of them were blue and glowing with divine light. Whoosh! 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 The dense spine flew across the sky and surrounded Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. It spun violently and kicked up a cloud of dust. Then, in the next moment, these spines quickly formed a bone prison, trapping Lin Tian inside. When the Bone clan cultivators reach the immortal connecting realm, their bones will turn blue. In terms of hardness, they are comparable to high-grade immortal artifacts. And this seems to be the Bone clan's 6-star bone lock technique. I was lucky enough to see it a few years ago. It's terrifying. After being trapped inside, ordinary people can't get out at all. They can only become living targets for wanton attacks. Some of the older cultivators were frightened. Around them, a group of cultivators stared at the 6 Bone clan cultivators. They were secretly shocked by the strength of this clan. They could turn their bones into weapons at will. They could use them to attack and seal enemies. They were really strong. After that, those people glanced at Lin Tian, who was in the bone prison. Lin Tian was extremely powerful just a moment ago, but now he was actually trapped so easily. When the 6 Bone race cultivators saw that Lin Tian had been enveloped by their techniques, the fear in their eyes finally dissipated completely, replaced by a chilling coldness. Our clan's 6-star bone lock grand art has every spine intertwined with the essence aura of our clan. With the 6 of us joining forces to form this cage, even an ordinary half-step great Tao expert might not be able to shatter it. The leader of the Bone clan cultivators said. The Bone clan cultivator who was injured by Lin Tian stepped forward. A bone appeared in his left hand. Holding it with his right hand, he slowly pulled it out and turned it into a bone sword. He rushed towards Lin Tian. "Now you are the beast in the cage. Try again with the arrogance you showed just now." The Bone clan cultivator said coldly, "Whether you killed my clansmen or not, you must die now." You have offended us." The Bone Clan cultivator approached the cage. The bone sword in his hand glowed with blue light as he stabbed straight at Lin Tian. "Whether I killed your clansmen or not, I must die." In the bone prison, Lin Tian's expression remained unchanged. He raised the long sword in his hand slightly. "Do you think this fourth heaven is your Bone Clan's territory?" Clang! The sword whistled as he casually slashed down, creating a clear space crack. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the blue bone prison that sealed his body collapsed. Broken bones splashed everywhere. This, with just one slash, he broke the 6-star bone lock technique of the Bone Clan's 6 great powerhouses. The elder who spoke before was shocked. His eyes were full of horror and disbelief. The faces of the Bone Clan cultivators also changed. How was this possible? The technique that the 6 of them used together couldn't even withstand a single blow. The Bone Clan cultivator who was injured by Lin Tian was even more horrified. He staggered back. No way! How could you destroy it?" Lin Tian's face was expressionless. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the Bone Clan cultivator. He didn't say anything. The long sword in his hand glowed with a cold light as he indifferently slashed down. "Stop, Puff!" Blood splashed everywhere. The Bone Clan cultivator was directly chopped into pieces. Pieces of flesh and bones splattered all over the ground. Another slash. He killed a 4th heaven of the connecting immortal realm with one sword strike. How strong is he? The crowd's hearts trembled. Lin Tian didn't care about the crowd's reaction. Instead, he casually glanced at the Bone Clan cultivator he killed. He found that the Bone Clan cultivator's bones were completely blue and glowed faintly with blue light. He didn't care too much about this. His gaze paused for a moment, then moved away and looked at the other 5 Bone Clan cultivators. When they met Lin Tian's gaze, the 5 of them immediately felt their hearts palpitate. Their expressions became much uglier. Clang! The sword whistled again. Lin Tian took simple steps, leaving afterimages with each step. He appeared in front of one of the Bone Clan cultivators. The sword directly penetrated the Bone Clan cultivator's forehead, destroying his knowledge with one slash. Blood splattered, and the Bone Clan cultivator next to him was shocked and angry. "Beast!" The Bone Clan cultivator roared. Dense bone spikes grew in his right hand, intertwining with killing light, and blasted toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian's feet flashed, and he punched down. With a thud, the void shook, as if a divine drum had been beaten. The Bone Clan cultivator who attacked had a good cultivation, but he couldn't withstand this punch and was directly blasted into pieces. That Bone Clan cultivator was at the 5th heaven of the Ascension realm. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. A Bone Clan cultivator at the 5th heaven of the Ascension realm was smashed into pieces with a simple punch. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He casually tilted his head, and his gaze fell on the last 3 Bone Clan cultivators. He stepped forward calmly and closed in on the nearest person. "You damn it! Bone-breaking kill!" The Bone Clan cultivator roared. Immediately, the densely packed blue bones of death shot out. Every single one of them contained a shocking killing power, and they shot towards Lin Tian like thousands of arrows. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. As if he was walking on a flat road, he took 2 steps and appeared in front of the Bone Clan cultivator. His right hand pointed at the Bone Clan cultivator's forehead, and the sword light flashed. With a poof, it pierced through the Bone Clan cultivator's forehead, causing him to fall backward. "Human!" The leader of the Bone Clan cultivators roared. There was anger, fear, and killing intent in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 6 people who came here were killed. "Die!" The Bone Clan cultivator roared. His whole body flashed with blue light, and he summoned a huge skeleton. The skeleton was intertwined with blue divine light and even had electric arcs. It wildly waved its huge bone fist at Lin Tian, causing the space to cave in inch by inch. Lin Tian tilted his head and only said 3 words, "You brought this upon yourself." He raised his hand and met it with a punch. Crack! With a crisp sound, the huge skeleton broke into pieces. He stepped forward again and instantly came in front of the Bone Clan cultivator. The 9 springs sword formed by the divining divine skill was held in his hand and mercilessly slashed down. Poof! The Bone Clan cultivator's head flew diagonally and rolled far away. Then he slashed down with his sword, shattering the headless corpse into pieces as well. In the blink of an eye, there was only one Bone Clan cultivator left. His face was full of fear, and he could not stop trembling. The Bone Clan cultivator roared and urged all the divine power in his body to attack Lin Tian with a tyrannical divine power. After that, the man turned around and rushed into the void, crossing hundreds of feet in an instant and rushing madly into the distance. He escaped? The crowd stared. The Bone Clan cultivator now had escaped. Lin Tian looked up without any emotion. He stepped forward, leaving after-images behind. In the blink of an eye, he stopped the Bone Clan cultivator. "Human, do you want to be enemies with the Bone Clan?" The Bone Clan cultivator shouted fiercely. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He did not want to talk nonsense and directly slashed down with the 9 springs sword in his hand. Since he had already attacked and killed 5 people, how could he show mercy at this time? Poof! A cloud of blood, mist exploded, and the Bone Clan cultivator died on the spot. Only pieces of flesh and bones fell from the sky to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the 6 Bone Clan cultivators were all killed, just like the 13 Ant Clan cultivators who chased after him. Lin Tian stood in midair and glanced down at Feng Luo City. The 9 springs sword in his hand disappeared, and he turned around and strode into the distance. Soon he was far away from the boundary of Feng Luo City and disappeared from the sight of the crowd. This young man, he killed 13 Ant Clan cultivators, 6 Bone Clan cultivators, and the leader of the Bone Clan cultivators. The whole process was just like cutting vegetables. Is such a person really a young Ant Clan cultivator who relied on traps to kill? This kind of strength is enough to be called supreme among those of the same generation. Many people were shocked. At the same time, some people also thought of other things. It doesn't matter whether he was the one who killed the Bone Race's people before, because now he has truly killed 6 of the Bone Race's powerhouses. I'm afraid the Bone Clan won't let this go. There's also the Ant Clan, with their young Ant Clan cultivator killed. This clan will not let that person go. After this, won't that person have to face the entire Ant Clan and the entire Bone Clan at the same time? That should be the case. Looking at his techniques, they don't belong to any of the major clans in this region. He should be a rogue cultivator. As a rogue cultivator, he has to face 2 major clans at the same time. Many cultivators were shocked. After leaving Feng Luo City, Lin Tian walked to other places where cultivators were densely gathered, searching for Baiziki and Baiqiu. Not long after, more than 20 Ant Clan cultivators intercepted him at a fork in the road. There were half-step, great Dao cultivators among them. Be ****. The half-step, great Dao cultivator of the Ant Clan's eyes were red, and his killing intent was monstrous. He directly waved his demon light at Lin Tian. In response, Lin Tianji snorted coldly and stepped forward. Boom! 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 This was an astonishing battle. Tyrannical fluctuations intertwined, causing many nearby cultivators to palpitate. In the intense battle, Lin Tian used all his means. The 4 symbols seal annihilated everything. The divination divine technique evolved, and the offensive power of the weapon control technique was astonishing. The half-step great Tao cultivator of the Mad War Ant clan destroyed the land near the fork in the road. In the end, after the battle lasted for more than 4 hours, Lin Tian's clothes were stained with blood. He used the reincarnation diagram to destroy his opponent's body and soul. Now his cultivation had reached the peak of the second firmament of ascension, and his combat strength was much stronger. He was no longer comparable to when he had just entered the ascension realm. Few below the great Tao realm could do anything to him. Elder. The cultivators of the Ant clan who came along were horrified. A half-step great Tao cultivator was killed just like that. Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at the group of Ant clan cultivators. Without any hesitation, he attacked indifferently, and the sword light swept across. In about 10 breaths' time, he killed all the Ant clan cultivators who came along and turned to leave. He looks like he's only 20 years old, but he can kill a half-step great Tao cultivator. There were many cultivators near the fork. At this moment, they stared at Lin Tian's back as he left, and their hearts trembled. Time flew, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. 5 days later, Lin Tian was surrounded by a group of Bone Clan cultivators. Among them, there were 2 half-step great Tao cultivators. They attacked him forcefully and mercilessly, wanting to take his life and sacrifice his soul to their dead clansmen. In response, Lin Tian was even more forceful and merciless. After the battle, he killed all the Bone Clan cultivators who surrounded him, leaving only the heads of the 2 half-step great Tao cultivators behind. He nailed their heads to the ground with a sword. For a time, this area was in an uproar. A youth had appeared out of nowhere. He was iron-blooded and domineering. He killed a group of Ant clan and Bone clan cultivators consecutively, including several half-step great Tao cultivators. They were all killed in body and soul, shocking many cultivators. Suddenly, a resplendent new star rose rapidly and spread his might throughout the world. Another young supreme being. Some people's hearts palpitated. Time passed quickly. In a flash, half a month had passed. On this day, the scorching sun still hung high in the sky, sprinkling the sky with fiery rays. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he strode through the old mountains and secluded forests. He passed by many places crowded with cultivators. On this day, he walked into a city that was even more famous than Fengluo City. Under the shocked gazes of many cultivators in the city, he destroyed a luxurious restaurant in the city and forced out a black-robed youth. It was the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow clan. 6 hours ago, he learned by chance that the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow clan had entered the city, so he came directly to kill him. The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow clan stared at Lin Tian. His eyes flickered with a dim light, and there were arcs of electricity intertwining on the surface of his body. "Human, how dare you!" The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow clan was followed by 2 other powerful cultivators of the same clan. Their cultivation bases were not weak, at the 5th tier of the immortal connecting realm. When they sensed Lin Tian's hostility towards the young supreme being of their clan, they immediately scolded him. Lin Tian raised his hand and swung his sword. 2 streaks of blood-red light were slashed, and the 2 powerful cultivators of the Dark Shadow clan were smashed into pieces. "Today, I'll borrow your head." He looked at the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow clan. Chapter 700. Standing in the air, Lin Tian looked at the young supreme master of the Dark Shadow clan with a calm expression. His clothes fluttered in the wind. Is he the man in the recent rumors? The experts of the Killer Ant clan and the Bone clan have been forced here. Is he going to attack the young supreme master of the Dark Shadow clan? Many people in the city were shocked. This ancient city was called Ancient Sand City. It had existed for a long time. Countless cultivators came and went every day. The young supreme master of the Dark Shadow clan stared at Lin Tiandao with dark light flashing in his eyes. Do you think you can defeat me in a head-on battle without any tricks? Not long ago in the Battle of the Ancient Ruins, Lin Tian secretly drew a killing array before the battle. But now it was different. Without the killing array, he didn't take Lin Tian seriously at all. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He moved directly. Leaving afterimages behind, he came to the young Supreme Master of the Dark Shadow Clan in a flash. He raised his hand and punched. His speed was so fast that even the young Supreme Master of the Dark Shadow Clan couldn't counterattack. He could only cross his arms in front of his chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, the young Supreme Master of the Dark Shadow Clan was directly sent flying and crashed into a palace in ancient Sand City. This, the young Supreme Master of the Dark Shadow Clan, was sent flying with one punch. The crowd was shocked. Although they had heard a lot of rumors about Lin Tian and knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, they didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could send a young Supreme Master flying with just one blow. This made many people's hearts skip a beat. Boom! With a loud bang, the young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow Clan rushed up. There was some dust on his body, but he wasn't seriously injured. However, his eyes seemed to be even colder, like two peerless sharp blades in the darkness, making people's hearts tremble. Lin Tian stepped forward directly. The 9 Springs sacred sword, which was formed by the divining divine skill, pressed toward the young Supreme Master with a sky full of sword light. With a clang, the sword whistled, making many people feel a sharp pain in their eardrums. Some people directly reached out to cover their ears. The young Supreme Master of the Dark Shadow Clan waved his hand. A large amount of black light condensed into a halberd, facing Lin Tian's 9 Springs sword head-on. Boom! The sword and halberd collided, instantly setting off a violent hurricane. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He shook his right hand, and the 9 Springs sacred sword shone even brighter. An oppressive sword chi vibrated, and this space was immediately shrouded by this sword chi. The sword chi came from all directions and attacked the young supremacy of the Dark Shadow Clan. The young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow Clan snorted coldly. He pulled back his halberd and swept it horizontally, crushing all of the sword chi. "You're no match for me in a direct battle," he said coldly. As his words fell, the halberd in his hand became even more powerful, and the speed of his attacks became even faster. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He was still indifferent. Holding his sword, he slashed out dozens of sword lights. For a moment, the two of them moved like two streaks of light. It was hard to see their real bodies clearly. Only the sound of sword and halberd colliding could be heard continuously. Only waves of shocking energy waves could be seen spreading out in all directions. So fast! I can't see how they move at all. Some people were shocked. Dong! 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 The two of them collided, and a series of booming sounds could be heard, causing the void to tremble. Lin Tian held the 9 Springs sword in his right hand, and a sea of 3-leaf clovers suddenly appeared behind him. The black and white 3-leaf clovers fluttered, completely covering the space in all directions. They didn't give the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow Clan any chance to dodge, and directly pressed toward the center. Humph! The young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow Clan's eyes were cold. He raised his hand and summoned a large number of shadow-killing halberd lights, which directly cut all of the black and white 3-leaf clovers into pieces. The two of them collided. For a moment, divine lights and killing lights intertwined, and balls of dazzling halos exploded. At the same time, ancient Sand City was in trouble. Although the two of them were fighting in the air, they were still in the air above ancient Sand City. From time to time, remnant sword chi would fall, causing many of the palaces and pavilions in the city to be destroyed. Some of the cultivators even quickly dodged, afraid that they would be hit by the remnant sword chi when the two of them were fighting. If they are allowed to continue fighting like this, who knows how many cities will be destroyed? Some people's hearts palpitated. Lin Tian glanced down at ancient Sand City. His expression was still indifferent. He looked at the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan and said, "Let's fight outside the city." The moment his words fell, a huge divine shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The great immortal king of the Bai clan's arcane art was activated to the extreme. The entire divine shadow seemed to have solidified at this moment, and it slammed forward with a palm. Bang! With a loud boom, the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan was directly sent flying by this palm. He crashed into the old forest outside the city like a meteor. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang ho, leaving afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he stepped out of ancient Sand City. He slashed out a dazzling sword light from a distance, slashing toward the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan in the mountains. This young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan spread rumors about him and made enemies for him. Although he was not afraid, he was naturally not happy. Therefore, he came here to kill the other party. However, he also knew that if he really fought with the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan in ancient Sand City, the city would probably be destroyed beyond recognition in the end. Even some unrelated people would die, tragically. This was not something he wanted to see. Therefore, he took the initiative to change the battlefield. He used the Bai clan's arcane art to push the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan out of the range of ancient Sand City. Clang! The sword light swept across the sky, cutting a large piece of forest into pieces. It slashed straight toward the place where the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan fell. It was also at this moment that a rumble resounded from there as a black figure stood up. It was an entire 30 m tall, and it had the appearance of a general. It was completely condensed from dark jet black light, and it crushed the oppressive sword light that Lin Tian slashed over. Shadow King! The young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan's voice came from the 30 meters tall giant shadow. Then the giant shadow moved again. It pulled out a shadow sword from its waist and slashed toward Lin Tian. With a loud boom, a shocking force swept out. The void shattered with a crack and the earth shook. Lin Tian naturally felt the terror of this attack, but he did not care. The great immortal king of the Bai family used the arcane art again. An equally huge divine shadow appeared and pressed down with its palm. Boom! The palm force collided with the shadow sword. In the end, the two giant shadows collapsed together. The violent airflow quickly swept out in all directions. Lin Tian and the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan clashed again. Sword light, halberd light, fist shadows and leg shadows. The two of them continued to exchange blows, creating a sky full of energy vortexes. This caused the old forest to shake continuously. Many bird demons flew away in fear. Lin Tian stepped on the yin-yang puppet and moved extremely fast. He used his sword light to shatter the killing light of the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan. The 9 springs sacred sword pierced into the young supreme martial artist's chest, bringing out a large amount of blood. Shadow sword! The young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan roared. His hands turned into shadows and left a transparent bloody hole in Lin Tian's abdomen. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He did not care about the wound in his abdomen. He swung his left fist and punched at the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan. Almost at the same time, the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan did the same. His fist was wrapped in shadows and he punched at Lin Tian. Boom! Another big collision. The two of them were sent flying at the same time. Blood splashed in the void again. Lin Tian stabilized his body. The sun scripture circulated, and the bloody hole in his abdomen quickly healed. Then he did not stop. He directly stepped forward, and a bloody crack appeared behind him. The place where Heavenly Lord Darren comprehended the Tao, the primitive mountain, the divine weapon, the giant bell, and more than a dozen divine images pressed down on the void. The void rumbled as they rushed toward the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow Clan. The young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow Clan's chest flashed with a dark light. His injury also began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing Lin Tian rushing toward him, his eyes were gloomy. He directly supported the Dark Shadow Clan's killing technique. The sky was filled with killing lights. Soon, the two of them collided again. Boom! Violent hurricanes swept out in all directions. Destructive waves intertwined. For a moment, a large area of trees in the old mountain was destroyed. Huge cracks appeared on the ground. Crack! As the hurricane spread out, the void could not withstand the tyrannical power. Suddenly it shattered, and a large area collapsed. In ancient Sand City, many cultivators flew into the sky and watched the two of them fight in the old mountain. They could not help but gasp. The scene was just too shocking. Looking at it, the battle had not been long. It was not even 15 minutes. However, almost half of the forest outside the city was destroyed. The void was shattered and the ground was cracked. It was true that wherever the two of them fought, nothing could be preserved. Everything was destroyed in an instant. Boom! 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 In the forest, the two of them kept colliding and killing lights filled the sky. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He performed the divining divine art and supported more divining divine elephants. They sealed all the space around the young supreme master of the Dark Shadow Clan. Then he called out the 4 symbols Tao diagram and pressed it down on the young supreme master of the Dark Shadow Clan. The light of the 4 symbols Tao diagram annihilated all the killing lights of the young supreme master of the Dark Shadow Clan. Once again he was in front of his opponent. The divining divine elephants, such as the primitive mountain and the divine weapon, directly pressed down on the young supreme master of the Dark Shadow Clan. Puff! The young supreme master of the Dark Shadow Clan coughed up blood and flew more than 1,000 feet away. Such a scene undoubtedly made the hearts of the cultivators in the ancient city tremble again. Many of them could not help but gasp. The young supreme master of the Dark Shadow Clan is injured again. This is Wei Wei's disadvantage. Someone's heart palpitated. In the forest, Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He walked toward the young supreme master of the Dark Shadow Clan step by step. Didn't you say that I am no match for you in a head-on battle? Why are you in such a sorry state now? The young supreme master of the Dark Shadow Clan's clothes were stained with blood. After hearing this, 2 cold lights flashed in his eyes. Don't be so proud. I am just warming up before the battle, he said coldly. Now the warm-up is over. In the next moment, with a boom, a majestic force rushed out of his body and spread out in all directions. For a moment, an incomparably oppressive wave spread out, causing the temperature of the space to drop sharply. This caused many cultivators in the ancient city to tremble violently. This aura was really too terrifying. Many of them could not help but tremble. The warm-up is over? So what? Lin Tiandao, Chapter 701. The golden light was blazing like a divine sun, leaping around Lin Tian's body. He walked in the void like a sun god, and every step he took would leave a golden footprint in the air, causing many cultivators in ancient Sand City to tremble violently again. This aura is so terrifying. Some people's hearts palpitated. Many people's hearts trembled. Previously, these people had heard that Lin Tian was very strong and had killed a group of cultivators from the Ant Clan and the Bone Clan, including a few half-step Great Tao experts. However, that was only hearsay, and they did not have a deep impression of him. At this time, seeing Lin Tianyi in a real battle, the cultivators' hearts palpitated, and they all felt a chill run down their spines. Boom! Boom! In the old forest, 2 powerful auras swept out. One was soft, and the other was strong, and they collided, creating dazzling electric arcs. I'll kill you! The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow clan finally made his move after emitting a violent aura. Dozens of dark shadows rushed out from his body like a reverse waterfall, and they were shockingly powerful. He appeared to be very conceited, and his expression was cold. He attacked Lin Tian from the front with a punch, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of dark fist shadows appeared. This is the Dark Shadow clan's Great Shadow Fist. It's that kind of fist technique. It's mainly soft, and it's said that it can even shatter divine power. Most importantly, there are too many fist shadows and they're all real. They're all activated by special means. Even if it's just one punch, it'll be disastrous. In ancient Sand City, many cultivators said, "Buzz." In the old forest, densely packed fist shadows covered the sky and pressed down on Lin Tian. It was as if the fists had turned into a sea of attacks. This scene was very terrifying and difficult to resist. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and his expression did not change at all. He took a step forward. The sun scripture was activated, and golden divine light surrounded his body. He did not use any special magic, but raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and punched. Golden divine light intertwined at the tip of his fist. At this moment, his fist seemed to be made of gold, and it was full of power. Dong! The void shook violently as if the sky was about to collapse. It was also as if an ear-piercing clap of thunder rang out in the clouds, causing many people's eardrums to hurt. In front of him, the space shattered on the spot. The sky full of fist shadows created by the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan were instantly shattered. The golden fist light swept forward like a monstrous wave. This, he, with just a simple punch, he, with the Dark Shadow clan's Great Shadow Expansion Fist. What a terrifying physique! This the Barbarian King physique. The golden light on the surface of his body is also very strange. It seems to be completely suppressing the softness of the Great Shadow Expansion Fist. The crowd's hearts jumped. Lin Tian leaped across, shattering the great, developing shadow fist shadows that filled the sky. He once again swung his fist, and the second fist came crashing down. At this moment, he channeled the Heart Sutra of Sunday. The golden divine power was both yang and firm, which perfectly countered the softness of the great, diffusing shadow fist. At the same time, his physique was perfect and powerful. With one punch, he could shatter all things and completely suppress the fist force contained within the great, diffusing shadow fist. Bang! In the blink of an eye, he stepped in front of the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan and landed a solid punch on his chest. The young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan was sent flying. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and was severely injured by this punch. So what if you're done warming up? Just like before, you're not good enough, Lin Tianlong said. His black hair was like a waterfall. He took a step forward, and his golden fists kept pressing down, opening and closing wide. Bang! 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 His fists landed on the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan again and again. Many cultivators felt their scalps go numb. Ah! The young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan roared. His whole body flickered with dim light, and a monstrous wave of dim light was generated. It forcefully sent Lin Tian flying. At this moment, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the bones all over his body kept cracking. His hands were wrapped with rays of dark light. He stared at Lin Tian cruelly and coldly, and spat out 4 words coldly, "Purifying shadow, miasma!" Boom! The heaven and earth shook fiercely, and it was so oppressive that it felt like heavenly thunder had fallen. In the next moment, boundless dim shadows rushed out from the young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan and instantly covered the entire old forest. These dim shadows were like rolling waves. Wherever they passed, the void was distorted and everything was destroyed. They cut off all escape routes for Lin Tian. This was a terrifying scene. As far as the eye could see, The direction of the old forest seemed to have turned into night. No, it was even more terrifying than night. It was almost impossible to see anything with the naked eye. Only the dim shadows flickered in that space. Crack! The void was distorted, and then it shattered. Spatial turbulence poured out. In the direction of ancient Sand City, some people stared in that direction and suddenly trembled violently. They felt as if their heads had been ruthlessly knocked by someone. Some people directly fell from the sky and smashed into the streets of ancient Sand City, creating a human-shaped crater. People with ordinary cultivation, don't look there. The purifying shadow miasma of the Dark Shadow Clan not only has astonishing destructive power, but it also has the power to destroy one's mind. Be careful of your sea of consciousness being damaged or even shattered, a senior cultivator warned in a low voice. Many people turned pale with fright. Some of the weaker cultivators hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to look in front of them. Die! In the old forest, a chilling voice sounded. The young supreme master of the Dark Shadow Clan was surrounded by a dark light. After he used the purifying miasma divine art, the entire ancient forest had turned into a world of darkness. At this moment, he was walking in this world of darkness as if he was the emperor of the ages. Lin Tian was in this place. He only felt dizzy, and his sea of consciousness kept shaking. Moreover, there was a terrifying destructive power surging in from all directions, as if it was going to shatter his physical body. It forced him to take 3 steps back. And this was only him. If it were any other cultivator at the same level as him, they would have been killed in an instant. However, he only took 3 steps back. His eyes were icy cold, and his entire body flickered with golden divine light like a burning sun. At the same time, the yin-yang lotus sea in his sea of consciousness swayed, releasing strands of black and white yin-yang divine light that firmly protected his sea of consciousness. Buzz! With a shift of his mind, the 4 symbols Tao diagram appeared. After fully activating it, it spun slowly, and the light spread in all directions. In an instant, with him as the center, the dark light around him disappeared, little by little, and collapsed under the 4 symbols Tao diagram. The yin-yang puppet flashed. His eyes were cold. He rushed out with the 4 symbols Tao diagram. The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan was shocked. He had used one of the core secret techniques of the Dark Shadow Clan, but now it was broken so easily. You, Puff! Lin Tian used the divining divine art to create the 9 Springs sacred sword. He rushed over and slashed a glaring bloody wound on the young supreme being's chest. The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan screamed and flew back again. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The yin-yang puppet flashed and stepped forward again. The divining divine art created a primitive mountain that fell on the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan. Puff! The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan coughed out a big mouthful of blood. He was hit by the primitive mountain and fell into the void. This, the purifying miasma divine art, has been broken. The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan is at the 7th sky of the connecting immortal realm. But that person seems to be at the 2nd sky of the connecting immortal realm. He can't beat him? In ancient Sand City, everyone was horrified. In the void, Lin Tian's whole body shone with golden divine light. He fell from the sky like a sun god. He came to 10 feet away from the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan and slashed at him with the 9 Springs sacred sword. Get lost! The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan roared. Although half of his chest had been caved in, his eyes were extremely cold. He used the unique body movement of the Dark Shadow Clan. At the same time, he performed many secret techniques that fell on Lin Tian. Lin Tian held up many divining divine images. Some of them protected his body, and some of them attacked. The 9 Springs sacred sword slashed out sword energy all over the sky. Boom! 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 Shocking waves of divine power swept out. The old forest collapsed inch by inch, and the gravel flew into the sky. This was a terrifying battle. In the blink of an eye, the two had fought hundreds of rounds. A full 6 hours had passed. Puff! A blood-red light suddenly appeared. Lin Tian waved the 9 Springs sacred sword, bringing out a large amount of blood-red light. It almost cut off the arm of the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan. The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan roared. He used his divine technique again, and the sky was filled with murderous light. Lin Tian's body flashed with golden light, leaving afterimages all over the sky. He stepped in front of the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan and punched him with his left hand. With a bang, the young supreme being was sent flying dozens of feet away. Another mouthful of blood fell into the void. His whole body glowed, and the golden light became even more dazzling. He threw the 9 Springs sacred sword directly, and it pierced through the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan. "That's all you got," he said coldly. Stepping on the ground, he moved as if he was stepping on Taoist marks. He raised his golden fist, and the void was distorted by the pressure. With a bang, the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan was hit by the punch again. 2 of his ribs were broken, and he slammed hard into a big rock dozens of feet away. "Ah!" The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan roared. Blood gushed out of his mouth, but his eyes were full of venom. "Tough skin," Lin Tianling said. He took a step forward, and his golden fist shattered everything. Bang! 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 The sound of the fist hitting the rock kept coming out. Lin Tian punched and sent the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan flying again and again. In the process, he had to admit that the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan was indeed very powerful. Although the young supreme being's physical body was not as strong as his, it was not much weaker. After taking dozens of punches from him, the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan did not collapse. It was just a little damaged. "Let's see how long you can last," he said coldly. He raised his golden fist and punched out. The whole space rumbled. With a bang, the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan was sent flying, and he coughed up blood again. Lin Tianling snorted, stepped forward, and punched mercilessly. In ancient Sand City, a group of cultivators stared at Lin Tian. They were all scared, and some couldn't help but tremble. They never thought that this young man who came out of nowhere was so powerful that he could suppress the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan. Boom! 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 Divine energy swept through the old forest like raging waves hitting the shore. In the blink of an eye, another 6 hours had passed. Lin Tian and the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan were fighting. It's dark. Someone looked at the sky. At this moment, in the old forest ahead, the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan, who was sent flying by Lin Tian again, roared and the whole old forest shook. The world of darkness is the world of the Dark Shadow Clan. The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow Clan roared. He guided his blood to form a seal and drew a blood diagram in front of his chest. "Endless darkness and shadows. Turn into my weapon and kill everything. Buzz!" In an instant, the invisible darkness in this world seemed to come alive. It was as if it had its own consciousness and form. It turned into monstrous waves and swept through the sky. Chapter 702. The formless darkness surged like a tide, pressing down on Lin Tian from all directions like waves of tempestuous waves. It has almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than ordinary websites and updates faster. It's all text with no advertisements. Lin Tian's expression changed, and his heart trembled slightly. These dark waves made him feel cold, and he quickly dodged. Rumble! The dark waves roared and dense shadows pressed down, sweeping across all directions. The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow tribe said in a cold voice, "For my tribe, the night is the best environment for battle. In the night, My tribe's techniques can be unleashed to the highest level. In the night, the endless darkness is my weapon. You have nowhere to run. There is no space for you to hide." As he finished speaking, the formless darkness shook and pressed down in all directions. With a bang, Lin Tian was pushed back by a dark wave, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this time, all the darkness and shadows in this space seemed to come alive and press toward him. He condensed the 9 springs, sword in his hand, and slashed out rays of sword light, sweeping away all the dark waves around him. However, this was just a drop in the bucket, because in the next moment, more dark waves surged toward him, and he was a little tired to deal with them. In the night, the darkness and shadows are endless. I will use my tribe's profound divine technique at this time. You can't do anything. The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow tribe said. More dark waves surged, as if endless demonic light rushed out from the dark demon realm, and it made people's hearts tremble. The Dark Shadow tribe is very special. Most of their techniques are related to darkness and shadows. In the night, it is indeed the best environment for the Dark Shadow tribe to fight. That person is now at a disadvantage. He is being suppressed. In ancient Sand City, many people's hearts trembled. The world was dark, and there were only a few stars in the sky. Dark waves rolled in the old forest, and shadows pressed toward Lin Tian from all directions. Lin Tianyi was forced to retreat again and again, and the dark shadows were endless. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he looked a little embarrassed. However, with his strong fighting ability, he gradually adapted to the profound divine technique of the Dark Shadow tribe in the night. You used the darkness of the night to fight against the shadows. What if, in this place, these things suddenly disappeared? After it disappears, how much power will your technique have left? He said indifferently. The young supreme martial artist of the Dark Shadow clan wore a mocking expression. Disappear? What a joke! Who do you think you are? Can you make the night disappear? Just illuminate this place, he said indifferently. With a boom, a boundless energy rushed out from his body. It was unprecedentedly strong, and it caused the night sky to tremble. In the next moment, an extremely blazing golden divine sun rose behind him. It was completely formed by him channeling the Heart Sutra of the sun. It was condensed from his dense divine power. The astonishing divine light directly illuminated the entire ancient forest. He created a sun. Within ancient Sand City, all the cultivators trembled violently, all of them aghast. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the blazing divine sun hung high in the sky, emitting an incomparably blazing light. It was like a real sun, completely illuminating the surroundings. This was not simply illuminating the darkness of the night. Instead, under this divine sun, the darkness of that space seemed to have disappeared, and it truly became an independent world of daylight. How much divine power does one need to be able to do this? Moreover, ordinary divine power doesn't seem to be able to do this. His divine power is like the power of the sun. Some of the older generation experts were shocked. At this moment, in the ancient forest, the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow tribe was also moved. For the first time, his expression changed greatly. As soon as the divine sun formed by Lin Tian appeared, it directly suppressed the darkness of this place, causing the power of his technique to be weakened by more than half. Damn it! He roared loudly. His hands formed a seal, and he performed more secret techniques of the Dark Shadow tribe. For a moment, endless murderous light of shadows surged, crazily pressing down on Lin Tian. After Lin Tian raised the divine sun to disperse the darkness, the threat of the young supreme being's profound divine technique instantly disappeared. The pressure was also gone. His eyes were indifferent. Facing the secret techniques of the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow tribe, he directly raised the 4 symbols Tao diagram. 2 layers of seals appeared, and in an instant, all the secret techniques of the young Supreme Being were annihilated. "Are you in a hurry?" he said coldly. With a shake of his feet, he was extremely fast. With one step, he appeared in front of the young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe. With a bang, he waved his iron fist and sent the young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe flying, causing a large amount of blood to splash out. "Ah!" The young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe roared. He summoned a dark shield in front of him, and at the same time, a large amount of murderous light sputtered out. "Middle-grade Dao weapon!" In ancient Sand City, a cultivator exclaimed. The might of a mid-grade Dao artifact was very terrifying. However, in the next moment, these people were shocked again. In the ancient forest, an even stronger wave of energy spread out. There, a divine fire furnace appeared above their heads. The aura is stronger than the dark shield of the young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe. Could it be a high-grade Dao weapon? Everyone was shocked. In the ancient forest, Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent. The divine fire furnace hovered above his head and pressed down on the young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe. Bang! With a crisp sound, the dark shadow shield of the young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe was directly sent flying. At the same time, the divine fire furnace trembled under Lin Tian's control. The furnace mouth tilted, and flames fell from the sky, drowning the young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe. "Arg!" The young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe screamed. The flames spewed out from the superior-grade Dao weapon were not simple. They were enough to burn everything, causing the severely injured young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe to almost turn into a human-shaped torch. It was very tragic. "Extinguish!" Amidst the screams, the young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe roared. Shadow light rushed out of his body and pushed the flames away. However, at this moment, Lin Tian pressed over. "It's about time to end it." A cold voice sounded. Lin Tian raised his hand and formed a seal. At this moment, he directly summoned the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory. Divine light spread in all directions. The young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe roared and cast a strange technique. The sky was filled with shadows, and his aura was extremely strong. However, such a strange technique was somewhat weak when facing the reincarnation diagram. It was instantly annihilated. "Die!" Lin Tian rushed over, and the reincarnation diagram shone and pressed down on the young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe. The young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe screamed again. Unfortunately, he couldn't break free from the reincarnation diagram at all. He only lasted for 3 breaths before exploding with a poof, leaving nothing behind. In an instant, the world fell silent. "He's dead in ancient Sand City," someone muttered with trembling lips. In the ancient forest, the young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe had disappeared. Only a bit of blood mist floated in the air and was blown into the distance by the wind, causing all the cultivators in ancient Sand City to tremble and be shocked. After a few breaths, these people all looked at Lin Tian again. This person came over and killed the young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe. A young Supreme Being. In the ancient forest, Lin Tian's clothes were stained with blood. He was seriously injured, and the divine power in his body was almost dried up. He panted slightly, and the divine sun supporting him collapsed. He waved his hand and took back the Dark Shadow tribe's young Supreme Being shield. After erasing the young Supreme Being's spiritual imprint on it, he threw it into the stone ring. At the same time, he put away the divine fire cauldron. He looked in the direction of ancient Sand City and didn't stop. He stepped on the void and left step by step. Even after he left for a long time, the cultivators in ancient Sand City were still in shock. He killed the young Supreme Being of the Dark Shadow tribe, who was at the 7th level of the Ascension Realm, with a cultivation of the 2nd level of the Ascension Realm. There were 5 small levels between them. Where did this monster come from? His physical body is too abnormal. The pure physical strength is simply unstoppable. Could it be the barbarian king body? Not only his physical body, but also that golden divine power. It's too extraordinary. I've never seen it before. Many cultivators discussed. Then, everyone thought of the most important thing at the same time. The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow tribe was killed. The Dark Shadow tribe is going crazy, some cultivators murmured. After Lin Tian left ancient Sand City, he concealed his aura and came to an inconspicuous, deep mountain. He found a secluded place deep in the mountain and sat down cross-legged. He circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun to heal his injuries. Buzz. Faint golden light surrounded his body, and his aura gradually became stronger. The night passed quickly, and a new day came. The morning sun rose, sprinkling the land with its morning light. Lin Tian stood up. After circulating the Heart Sutra of Sun for a night, his injuries were completely healed. He glanced at the old forest, then stepped out and walked outside. Not long after, he appeared at the edge of the old forest. A group of cultivators walked by from afar, and the sound of discussion entered his ears. The Ant tribe, the Dark Shadow tribe, and the Bone tribe are all angry, especially the Dark Shadow tribe and the Ant tribe. They're almost crazy now. Forget about the Bone tribe, but how can the Ant tribe and the Dark Shadow tribe not be crazy? All of their young, supreme beings had been killed. This loss is too great. It's said that the Ant tribe and the Dark Shadow tribe sent out dozens of half-step great Tao experts. It seems that there are even great Tao experts who came out and vowed to kill that person. But speaking of which, that brother is really strong. He killed the young supreme being of the Ant tribe and the Bone tribe. He even forced his way to ancient Sand City and killed the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow tribe. He's really ruthless. Not only is he ruthless, but he's also very strong, terrifyingly strong. According to the rumors, that person killed the young supreme being of the Dark Shadow tribe when he was at the second heaven of the connecting immortal realm. The young supreme being of the Dark Shadow tribe was at the seventh heaven of the connecting immortal realm. He's definitely a heaven-defying monster. It's said that person should be just an itinerant cultivator. Now, the Ant tribe, the Dark Shadow tribe, and the Bone tribe, 3 large tribes want to kill him. This is simply, how can they stop them? These few large clans all have Wujin powerhouses holding down the fort. Who knows? Anyway, it has nothing to do with small cultivators like us. That's true. However, I really hope that person can make the Ant tribe, the Bone tribe, and the Dark Shadow tribe dizzy. These large tribes don't have any good people. Sure, lower your voice. You don't want to live anymore. As the crowd spoke, they quickly walked away. Lin Tian stood at the edge of the forest and didn't step out. After hearing the words, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Dozens of half-step great Tao experts and even great Tao experts have come out. They've really been forced into a corner. He smiled indifferently. He wasn't surprised by this. It was completely within his expectations. After all, he killed the young supreme beings of the Ant tribe and the Dark Shadow tribe. It was equivalent to killing the saints of these 2 large tribes. He didn't walk out of the forest. Instead, he strode into the forest and walked towards another large mountain. As he walked, he cultivated trees. Now, both the Ant tribe and the Dark Shadow tribe had sent out great Tao realm experts. He naturally wouldn't foolishly rush out at this time. After all, although he was powerful now and could kill half-step great Tao experts, he was still very weak when compared to great Tao realm experts. He was definitely no match for them. He was thinking of cultivating the Yin-Yang Hua to the 5th level first. In this way, even if he wasn't a match for great Tao realm experts when he encountered them, he could still escape safely with the 5th level of the Yin-Yang Hua. He strode into the old forest. Focusing his essence, energy, and spirit, he moved with a very special footwork that looked fantastical and mysterious. He was seriously cultivating the Yin-Yang Hua. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. In these 7 days, he cultivated the Yin-Yang Hua and moved with a mysterious footwork. He didn't know how many old forests and large mountains he had crossed, but his control of the Inyang Hua had improved significantly. In another half a month, I should be able to reach the 5th level of the Inyang Hua, he muttered to himself. He casually swept a glance around. He didn't know where this was, but he didn't care. After taking a deep breath, he continued to cultivate the Inyang Hua and moved with a mysterious footwork. However, at the next moment, his body trembled slightly. He suddenly turned his head and looked at a call in the distance. Over there, he suddenly felt a faintly familiar aura. Bai Qiu. He was slightly shocked. P.S. This chapter has been edited for a long time and is a little late. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Chapter 703. Looking at the call in the distance, Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect to sense Bai Qiu's aura here. Although the aura was very weak, he was sure that he was not mistaken. Read the full article without hesitation. He immediately flew into the air and rushed towards the colonel. Soon he arrived near the colonel looking from afar. There was an ordinary village in the colonel. There were about 30 families, and some domestic animals were jumping around in the village. In the village, a strange look flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. The aura of Bai Qiu he sensed came from the village. He landed about 300 meters away from the village and walked on foot. Soon he arrived at the village. The village was very simple. When the villagers saw Lin Tian walk in, they did not scold him. They only looked at him curiously. "Young man, do you need something?" An old man walked over with a walking stick. He gave off a very kind feeling. Lin Tian walked up and said politely, "I do need something. If I've disturbed you, please forgive me." It's fine, it's fine." The old man smiled and shook his head. Because he had lived for so long, he knew how to read people. He asked, "Young man, you seem to be looking for something?" Lin Tian nodded and said, "I won't lie to you. I am indeed, Grandpa." A clear child's voice rang out. In the distance, a little girl around 5 years old ran over. She had a pair of pigtails and looked like a porcelain doll. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. His eyes immediately focused on the little girl's chest. There was a sparkling green jade hanging there. Bai Qiu's aura came from the jade. "Grandpa, look. It's little flower." The little girl ran to the old man's side and held a purple flower in her hand. She presented it as if she was presenting a treasure. The old man rubbed the little girl's head with a doting expression. Chuckling, the old man said to Lin Tiandao, "This is my granddaughter, AI." Lin Tian nodded, but his eyes were fixed on the green jade on the little girl's chest. He suddenly remembered that he had seen Bai Qiu wear this green jade before. The little girl grabbed the purple flower and raised her head to look at Lin Tian. She blinked her eyes and said, "Big brother, big brother." The little girl's voice was crisp and clear, making her seem very cute and likable. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. He took out a few common baodan from his stone ring and handed them to the little girl, saying, "Candy." The little girl happily took it. "Thank you, big brother." Blinking her eyes, the little girl put a baodan into her mouth. Her eyes curved into a pair of small crescent moons, making her look even cuter. "Sweet Rees." "Thank you, young man." The old man thanked Lin Tiandao. "You're welcome, uncle. The little girl is very cute," Lin Tiandao said. Then his expression became more serious as he seriously asked the old man for guidance. "Uncle, may I ask where your granddaughter got this piece of green jade hanging around her neck?" He remembered very clearly that this green jade indeed belonged to Bai Qiu. He couldn't be wrong. "Oh, this." The old man glanced at the green jade on the little girl's chest and said, "I think it was more than a year ago. A very powerful pair of siblings came to our village and stayed in the village for a period of time. It just so happened that they stayed in my house for about 10 days. When they left, the girl of the siblings gave this green jade to little AI. Hearing the old man's words, the little girl raised her little head and said sweetly, "Big sister, a powerful and beautiful sister." The little girl seemed to have thought of something. She waved her little hand in the air twice, as if she was punching. Lin Tiandao smiled gently at the little girl. Baiziki and Baichio stayed in this small village for a period of time. He paused, looked at the old man, and asked again, "Uncle, that pair of brother and sister are my friends. I've been looking for them. Uncle, why did they stay here? Where did they go when they finally left?" He couldn't find any clues about Baiziki and Baichio in the prosperous world of cultivation, but he didn't expect that he would find them in this ordinary little village. This made him feel that there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. "Your friends?" The old man was a little surprised. "Yes." Lin Tiandao nodded seriously. The old man nodded. He didn't doubt Lin Tiandao's words. He smiled at Lin Tiandao and said they came to the village to dig up something. "Come with me." Lin Tiandao was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. He followed behind the old man and walked toward the east end of the village. As they walked along the small village, the villagers greeted the old man and nodded at Lin Tiandao with smiles. They were all very kind. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Shouts came from the front. A group of children about 10 years old stood in an open space and practiced boxing. They looked quite impressive. This is the basic boxing of the Bai family. Lin Tiandao couldn't help but be a little surprised. The old man followed Lin Tian's gaze and looked over. Seeing Lin Tian's astonishment, he explained with a smile, "Back then, when that pair of brother and sister were in the village, a ferocious wolf coincidentally barged in, scaring many people. At that time, the little girl of the brother and sister subdued the ferocious wolf with a single slap, frightening all the villagers. Who would have thought that such a delicate little girl would actually have such powerful martial strength? She was thousands of times stronger than the strongest hunter in the village. Then, at that time, this group of little brats surrounded the girl and called her master, begging to learn martial arts. That girl was very generous and agreed immediately. In the next few days, she spent most of her time teaching this group of little brats martial arts. Now that so much time has passed, this group of little brats really do look a little bit better. Lin Tianyi was stunned. He finally understood why the old man had described Baiziki and Baichio as very powerful at the beginning. He never thought that such a thing had happened in those 10 days. "Let's go to the front." The old man smiled. Lin Tiandao followed the old man here and found that this old well had been abandoned for a long time. The soil had obviously been excavated. At that time, the brother and sister were carving and drawing here. In the end, they dug out a piece of black stone the size of a baby. It was for that black stone that they came to the village. The old man said, "Speaking of which, it was quite strange. That black stone looked very ordinary, but it was very cold. When the black stone was dug out on a hot summer day, the whole village seemed to have cooled down." Little AI and AI followed beside him and called out, "Black stone, big black stone." Lin Tianyi smiled. Then he squatted down and carefully separated the soil layer. After that, he found a piece of stone the size of a thumb under the soil layer. It was also black. He took it in his hand and immediately felt a chill. He also sensed a pure lunar aura contained in it. This is the lunar origin stone. His heart froze. The Taiyin origin stone was a stone formed by the natural condensation of the Taiyin power between heaven and earth. It was extremely valuable and had many miraculous effects. For the Taiyin body, the effects of the Taiyin origin stone were self-evident. It could strengthen the Taiyin source. No wonder they stayed here for 10 days. It turns out that they found the lunar origin stone here. He muttered to himself. Speaking of which, he was also surprised. He did not expect such a big piece of lunar origin stone to be born in this small village. The lunar origin stone was the size of a baby. In terms of value, it was comparable to Ling Jing, who weighed millions of kilograms. What happened after that? Old man, after that, where did that pair of siblings go? Lin Tianyi asked the old man. After that, I'm not sure. I only vaguely remember that they said they wanted to go to the god of Heaven Mountain. the old man said. Lin Tianyi was puzzled. The god of Heaven Mountain? Where is that? The old man pointed at a tall mountain in the distance and said, There, it's the mountain in the center. Lin Tianyi looked up. The god of Heaven Mountain that the old man pointed at was very tall. Compared to the other mountains nearby, it was like a crane among chickens. He looked in that direction. The god of Heaven Mountain was surrounded by wisps of white mist. At first, he did not pay much attention to it. However, as he looked at it seriously, his whole body shook violently. A roar came from his sea of consciousness as if it had been hit by a heavy blow. It was as if a primordial ferocious beast lived in the mountain and roared fiercely at him. There! He was shocked, and a chill ran down his spine. He could not help but be shocked. One must know that he was now at the peak of the second heaven of the connecting immortal realm. He could even kill a powerhouse who was half a step away from the great path. But now, just by standing here and looking at that mountain from afar, his celestial body trembled, and a chill ran down his spine. That place was definitely not simple. He took a deep breath and asked the old man, Old man, is there anything special about this god of Heaven Mountain? The old man thought for a while and said, I don't know what's special about it, but there is a story about it. It was a long time ago. It was said that a ball of strange light appeared in that mountain. Someone saw a celestial figure descend from the sky and land on that mountain like a god. Then, that mountain was called the god of Heaven Mountain. As he spoke, the old man thought for a while and then shook his head. There doesn't seem to be anything else. Nothing major happened in that mountain. Lin Tianyi nodded. He frowned slightly and looked at the god of Heaven Mountain in the distance again. Staring at the mountain, he subconsciously felt that that place was very dangerous. Did Baiziki and Baiqiu really go there? After a pause, a light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the old man and said, Old man, I have a presumptuous request. Can I stay at your house for a few days? Don't worry, I can pay you. I won't stay for free. After being separated for several years, he finally found traces of Baiziki and Baiqiu. He knew that the siblings might have gone to the god of Heaven Mountain. Naturally, he had to go to the god of Heaven Mountain. Although the siblings might have left long ago after entering the god of Heaven Mountain, there might be some clues left behind. He had to search for them no matter what. Chapter 704. The old man was very simple. When he heard that Lin Tian wanted to stay for a few days, he immediately agreed. Let's just stay. What's the point of talking about money? Who doesn't have some difficulties when they are away from home? Come, come, come. This old man will make a room for you. You can stay as you wish. It's much more lively to have more people. This old man can't ask for anything more. Thank you, old man. Lin Tian sincerely thanked him. That night, Lin Tian stayed in this old man's house. He also found out that the old man was the village chief of this small village. Little AI was his only family member now. 3 years ago, little AI's parents died in the mouth of a wild beast when they went out hunting. Very soon it was midnight. The sky was dotted with stars. Lin Tian didn't rest. Instead, he sat up on the bed and took out a few black waterstone platforms. He circulated the heavenly one soul technique and engraved the eternal killing formation on them. Whoa! A faint silver soul light flickered. His 5 fingers danced, and the eternal killing formation was quickly engraved on the black waterstones. Now that his cultivation had reached the peak of the second layer of the immortal realm, it was easier for him to engrave the eternal killing formation. The night passed quickly, and the morning sun rose. After about 6 hours, Lin Tian finished engraving a corner of the eternal killing formation and carefully put it away in the stone ring. Big brother, it's time to eat. At this time, the sound of knocking came from outside. Little AI's voice came from outside the door. Lin Tianyi smiled. He didn't expect that the old man and the little girl would both wake up so early. It was obvious that the old man had made breakfast and asked little AI to wake him up. He quickly got up and opened the door. Little AI stood outside the door and looked at him with her small head. Eat. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. He held the little girl's hand and walked to the house next door. With his current cultivation, it was no problem for him to not eat for a few months. However, since the old man had prepared his share, how could he not eat? He was going to stay here for a few days. If he didn't eat, it would be abnormal no matter how he looked at it. After breakfast, he didn't return to his room. Instead, he strolled around the village. Now, although he had to inscribe the eternal killing formation and prepare to enter the god of Heaven Mountain, it was impossible for him to lock himself up in his room to inscribe the formation in broad daylight. This was not good. After all, he was currently staying in a small village. Locking himself up in his room and not coming out in broad daylight was clearly very impolite. Little AI followed behind him like a little tail, jumping up and down from time to time, looking very lively and cute. Not long after, he walked to the empty space from before. It was still the same group of children from yesterday. They were all practicing on the empty space. He sat down on a nearby grindstone and smiled as he watched the group of children practice. For a moment, he felt that it was quite interesting. Little AI grabbed the bottom of his trousers and used him as a ladder to climb up. She sat in his arms and grabbed his clothes. From time to time, she would raise a small hand and wave it in the air, giving off a cute and naive feeling. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and the updates are faster. It's all text without advertisements. Lin Tianyi smiled and used one hand to protect the little girl, preventing her from accidentally falling down. Ha! There were about a dozen children on the empty space. They were all boys. They had been practicing for 2 hours, and many of them were sweating. Hey, can you fight with us? Suddenly, a voice came from the front. In the empty space, a group of children stopped practicing. Among them, the oldest boy in a cotton-padded robe faced Lin Tiandao. He was about 11 years old. Beside the boy, the other children were staring at Lin Tian. They all clenched their fists, and their eyes were shining. Obviously, they wanted to see Lin Tian fight with the oldest boy. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed, but he also felt that it was very interesting. He was a powerhouse in the Immortal Ascension realm, but now he was invited to fight by an ordinary 11-year-old boy. Let's fight. We want to see how strong we are. The people in the village don't want to fight with us. The cotton-padded robe boy's body was quite sturdy. Let's fight. That's right. The other children followed suit. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile again. These little guys were all quite interesting. They actually invited him to fight. After a pause, he didn't refuse. He picked up little AI and carefully placed her on the grindstone. Then he walked forward. How should we fight? He asked with a smile. The cotton-padded, robed boy was a little excited. A fair fight. Let's fight one-on-one here. Lin Tianyi smiled and nodded at the little boy. He stood still. The group of children surrounded him and cheered for the cotton-padded, robed boy. I'm coming, the cotton-padded, robed boy shouted. He rushed toward Lin Tian and threw a small fist at Lin Tian. Lin Tian put one hand behind his back and stretched out his right hand. The cotton-padded, robed boy's fist smashed into his palm. He was quite strong, much stronger than ordinary people of the same age. This made him smile inwardly. 2 years of practicing martial arts was indeed useful. The cotton-padded, robed boy tilted his body and threw a punch at Lin Tian from a special angle. Lin Tian stood still. His right hand accurately blocked the little guy's fist. Of course, he was only blocking. Moreover, he blocked with gentle force. He was worried that he would hurt the little boy. The cotton-padded, robed boy was annoyed. He gathered his strength and shouted loudly. He circled around Lin Tian and threw punches and kicks. He was quite aggressive. Lin Tian nodded in his heart. Although the boy was only 11 years old, after practicing the Bai family's basic fist technique, according to the current situation, an ordinary adult would not be a match for him. Of course, he could see that the little boy only knew some skillful fist techniques. His strength increased a little, but he didn't have any cultivation. The other children were the same. Soon, half an hour passed. The cotton-padded robed boy was so tired that he fell to the ground on his butt. He didn't have the strength to throw another punch. At the side, the other children were all extremely shocked. Their group of children had fought before, and the cotton-robed boy was the strongest amongst them. But now, Lin Tian hadn't even moved a single step, and actually caused the cotton-robed boy to collapse from exhaustion. Do you want more? Lin Tian joked. The cotton-padded, robed boy quickly shook his head. He had no strength left. On the grindstone, little AI cheered. Big brother won. He won. He won. Lin Tian walked over and carried little AI down from the grindstone. The little girl grabbed his trousers and stood beside him. The cotton-padded robed boy looked at Lin Tian and said while panting, You are so powerful. I can feel that I am very powerful. Although I haven't fought with the adults in the village, I feel that I can definitely beat many of them. Also, you don't look strong. I thought that I could definitely beat you. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by you. Lin Tian was amused. It seemed that the little guy thought that he could definitely beat him, so he invited him to fight. You little brat, you even invited others to fight. Do you know who this is? Little AI's grandfather walked over and pointed at Lin Tiandao. This is the friend of the girl who taught you the fist technique. With the cotton-padded robed boy as the leader, the group of children immediately widened their eyes and exclaimed, He is Master's sister's friend. Then, in the next moment, the cotton-padded robed boy shouted. The group of children all became serious and bowed to Lin Tian in unison. Hello, Martial Uncle! Lin Tian. So it's Martial Uncle. No wonder he is so powerful. That's right. Martial Uncle, please give us some pointers. The group of children immediately began to chatter. They looked at Lin Tian with excitement and anticipation. Lin Tian also felt that it was quite interesting. Since he had nothing to do during the day, he might as well accompany the group of children to practice their fist technique. That is Little Stone, that is Li Yikai, and that is... The old man introduced the group of children to Lin Tian and said with a smile. When that girl taught them the fist technique, she gave them some numbers. They were Ada, San, Si. She called them that every time. She also looked very happy when she was practicing her fist technique. As he said that, the old man smiled. He had a nostalgic expression on his face. Lin Tian also smiled. When he saw the group of children drinking and practicing their fist technique, he thought to himself, Bai Chio must like these little guys very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught them the Bai family's basic fist technique, and he wouldn't have stayed in the village for 10 days. One had to know that 4 to 6 hours was more than enough for him to retrieve the lunar origin stone. He looked at the group of children and smiled slightly. Then he thought, These little guys are all Bai Chio's disciples? He chuckled to himself. Interesting. In the next few days, he carved the eternal killing formation and refined some baodan at night. During the day, he would stroll around the village with little AI and guide the group of children in their fist technique practice. Not long after, this group of children would always follow behind him and call him Martial Uncle, which made him feel both ashamed and amused at the same time. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On this day, Lin Tian made all the preparations. He bid farewell to the old man and prepared to head to the god of Heaven Mountain. Be careful. You're welcome to come again. The old man smiled. Big brother, come and play again. Little AI waved her little hand. The group of children in the open space also came to send him off. They were very respectful to him and called him, Take care, Martial Uncle. Lin Tian waved at everyone. Even though he had only stayed here for 5 days, He liked this village very much. The people in the village were very simple and kind. The village chief treated him warmly, and the group of children respected him very much. This was especially so for little Ai. She stuck by his side all day long as if she was his younger sister. She was very likable. Living here for 5 days was 1,000,000 times more comfortable than living in the cultivation world. In the future, when I reach the end of my cultivation path, I'll find a small village like this to live in. It'll definitely be very comfortable. He thought to himself. After bidding farewell to the people in the village, he soon arrived at a place several hundred feet away from the village. He took one last look at the village before he rose into the air and flew into the distance. About 2 hours later, he arrived at the outskirts of a large mountain. God of Heaven Mountain. He narrowed his eyes slightly. From the outside, the God of Heaven Mountain looked very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. However, he could not forget the feeling he had when he seriously looked at this mountain in the village. His entire body turned cold as if he was being stared at by an ancient, ferocious beast. This place was definitely not simple. He took a deep breath and directly stepped into the mountain. Soon he was about 3,000 feet into the God of Heaven Mountain. When he arrived, wisps of white mist suddenly floated up from the mountain, causing his vision to become somewhat hazy. Lin Tian's cultivation was very powerful. Naturally, he did not care about the white mist. He continued to walk into the depths of the God of Heaven Mountain. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. The old trees in the mountain were thick and sturdy. The branches and leaves were dense. There were many fallen leaves on the ground. When he stepped on them, they would make a rustling sound. Lin Tianyi continued to walk into the depths of the God of Heaven Mountain while looking around. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a yellow stone beside him. His eyes immediately narrowed. No, I've already passed by this place. Chapter 705, Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The yellow stone was very ordinary. There were some engravings on it. Lin Tian vaguely remembered that he had just walked past this place and walked straight into the God of Heaven Mountain. But now he saw this yellow stone again. Did I remember wrongly? He frowned. After a pause, he made an arc-shaped mark on the yellow stone. Then he stepped forward and continued walking. Soon an hour passed. After walking for an hour, he stopped. His eyes narrowed as a yellow stone covered in engravings appeared in his field of vision. There was an arc-shaped mark on it, and it was the symbol he had engraved before. Now he had no more doubts. He had been walking in circles in this area and had not really walked out. It's really not simple. A light flashed in his eyes. It should be known that he was now at the peak of the second heaven of the connecting immortal realm, but he was unknowingly sealed in this area and could not move forward. This was a bit shocking. Taking a deep breath, he stood still. Strands of dragon patterns flickered under his feet, spreading to the underground world. At the same time, they spread out in all directions to explore this world. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed. At this time, a divine light flashed in his eyes. More dragon patterns spread out, turning into light chains that rushed up. There were hundreds of them. They rushed forward like divine dragons, forming a big light circle. He strode forward. The dragon pattern on his right hand flickered. After a pause, he pressed toward the light circle with dragon patterns in front of him. Hum! The space trembled. He felt a strong force coming from the front. It was as shocking as the galaxy. It made his heart tremble, and he was about to be sent flying. But at this time, the sword pattern in his right hand flashed with a faint light. It actually made the trembling in his heart disappear. At the same time, his body sank into the light circle with dragon patterns. With a whoosh, he felt as if he had passed through a barrier. Then, in the next moment, his body suddenly felt cold. When he looked around again, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. At this moment, the environment around him had completely changed. The lush old forest had disappeared, and the fresh air was gone. Now the space he was in was dusky. There were blood-red mountains lying horizontally and some withered plants growing on them. The air was filled with a kind of eerie cold air, just like the legendary 9 Nether Demon Realm. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. Is it because there is an extremely powerful seal in the god of Heaven Mountain? There is a special power that seals this place to prevent others from entering? This is the core of the god of Heaven Mountain. He had used the dragon mark to explore the old forest's ley lines, but he had never thought that he would suddenly enter such a space. As he thought about it, he suddenly frowned slightly. According to the current situation, even if Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu had entered the god of Heaven Mountain, they must have only gone around the mountain for a while. It was impossible for them to enter this blood-red space. One had to know that he had used the dragon burial scripture to explore for an hour. Moreover, it seemed that the sword pattern in his hand had lit up just now, which allowed him to accidentally break through the invisible barrier in the god of Heaven Mountain and enter this space. Even he had entered under such circumstances, so it was impossible for Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu to enter this place. This made him frown even more. It was not easy to find traces of the siblings, but now it was broken again. Suddenly, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness shook slightly, and immediately his thoughts were pulled into his sea of consciousness. The divine sword swayed, and a ray of 7-colored light was produced. It spread out in his sea of consciousness, and it happened to be heading toward the depths of this space. This is... Lin Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he raised his head to look into the depths. According to his experience, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness would not move under normal circumstances. However, once it moved, there could only be 2 situations. The first was that it had sensed the sword soul fragment, and the second was that it had sensed other treasures. He looked into the depths of this unknown space. To be honest, he did not want to go into the depths. He did not even know where this place was. Moreover, just by looking at the surface, this space was similar to a dangerous place. However, now that the divine sword had vibrated, he secretly focused and decided to be careful and go into the depths to take a look. Literature building, perhaps there was a 5th sword soul fragment in the depths of this space, or there might be other treasures. He took a deep breath and then exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and carefully stepped into the depths. This space was very dark, and there were wisps of gray fog floating in the air. Lin Tian stepped on the slightly damp ground and walked into the depths of this space. Soon he had walked a few hundred feet, and he felt that the coldness in the air had become stronger. At the same time as he walked in this dark space, he felt that his body seemed to have become much heavier. It was as if there was a huge rock weighing 10,000 kilograms on his shoulders. It was much more strenuous to walk compared to the outside world. In this space, the gravity is many times stronger than the outside world. He muttered to himself. When he had first entered the path of cultivation, back in the Nanyang Martial House, he had felt that the gravity in the Martial House's gravity area was different from the normal world. It would make his body heavy, and it would be difficult to walk. The current situation was similar to that time. Of course, the degree of increase in gravity was far more exaggerated than in the Nanyang Martial House's gravity training area, and they could not be mentioned in the same breath. One had to know that he was now at the second sky of the connecting immortal realm, and this space could make him feel that his body had obviously become heavier. This meant that the gravity in this space was much stronger than the outside world. Of course, he was just a little surprised, and he did not care too much. After all, the gravity was not strong enough to make it difficult for him to walk. He continued to walk into the depths of this space. Gradually, there were wisps of blood-colored fog in the air, floating from the depths of this space. After that, he walked forward for more than 10 feet, and he suddenly stopped. He tilted his head and looked to the right, 3 feet away. There, a cloud of blood-colored fog intertwined, and gradually condensed into a blood shadow. The blood shadow was in the shape of a human. It had sharp claws, and its eyes were demonic green. It looked a little evil, and as soon as it appeared, it pounced toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed with his sword. With a sizzling sound, the blood shadow collapsed, but in the next moment, it reformed again without any damage. It pounced toward Lin Tian again, as if it saw Lin Tian as the most delicious prey. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This time, a black and white lotus petal floated out from between his eyebrows and quickly rushed forward. With a sizzling sound, the blood shadow exploded, and this time it did not reform. An evil spirit body condensed from evil qi. He muttered to himself. After thinking for a while, he turned around and continued to walk deeper. However, just as he turned around, his footsteps stopped. At some point in time, the blood-red mist floating in the air had become thicker. At this moment, clusters of blood-red mist scattered and intertwined, condensing into a dense mass of blood-red figures that almost occupied this blood-red land. These blood shadows all had demonic red eyes, and they stared at Lin Tian eerily. Then they all pounced toward Lin Tian. In an instant, the air in this space became even colder. Lin Tian propped up the yin-yang lotusy against these evil spirits without physical bodies. His spiritual sea phenomenon was the most effective way to kill them. Buzz! The yin-yang lotus sea appeared, and the black and white lotus petals vibrated together, making sonorous sounds like divine swords preparing to slash forward. However, in the next moment, a glint flashed across his eyes, and he put away the yin-yang lotus sea. This place is more suitable for cultivating the yin-yang puppet in this situation, he muttered to himself. Thinking about it, in this space where the gravity was many times higher than that of the outside world, he relied on the yin and yang hua to dodge the attacks of these dense blood shadows. This was definitely a rare training for his speed, which could greatly improve his control of the yin and yang hua in a short period of time. It'll work. He put away the yin-yang lotus sea and directly stepped on the yin-yang puppet to dodge the attacks when the densely packed blood shadows rushed over. The divine power in his body circulated, and his footsteps were strange. While dodging the blood shadows, he left golden footprints on the ground. Whoosh! 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 For a moment, the sound of air being torn apart reverberated in this space. Gradually, more and more blood shadows appeared, and their attacks became fiercer. When Lin Tian used the yin-yang puppet, the divine power in his body was naturally depleted faster. About 8 hours later, he felt that his divine power was somewhat depleted. However, his expression was very calm in the face of this. He continued to use the duality steps to dodge the attacks of the dense blood shadows while he took out a sparkling and translucent pill from the stone ring. After putting it in his mouth, his divine power immediately began to recover rapidly. This was the Baodan that he had specially refined in the small village before entering the god of Heaven Mountain. It could recover divine power extremely quickly, and it was one of the preparations he had made for challenging the god of Heaven Mountain. At this moment, it came in handy. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart became louder and louder, and the frequency of it also became higher. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, Lin Tian was like a golden humanoid lightning flashing among the densely packed blood shadows. He was unbelievably fast, and it was dizzying. It was impossible to see his movements clearly. I've finally reached the 5th level. A brilliant light flashed across his eyes. With the help of this special space, the dense blood shadows, and the Baodan that he had refined in advance to recover divine power, he had finally cultivated the yin-yang puppet to a higher level, reaching the 5th level of the yin-yang puppet. At this moment, he clearly felt relaxed. The super strong gravity in this space seemed to have disappeared, and he could not feel the slightest influence. He stopped moving and no longer dodged. He stood calmly among the blood shadows. "Thank you very much," he muttered to himself and smiled. With a buzzing sound, he propped up the yin-yang lotusy. The black and white lotus petals clanged and slashed down like a rain of swords. Whoosh! 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 With crisp sounds, the densely packed blood shadows were shattered into pieces and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 706. Amidst the dense blood shadows, Lin Tian put away the yin-yang lotus sea. He glanced at this place and continued to walk into the depths of the space. Almost all the books you want to read are here. It's much more stable than the average website and updates faster. It's all text with no advertisements. More information. In just 3 days, he had reached the 5th tier of the yin and yang puppet. He was quite happy. Now, with the help of the 5th tier of the yin and yang puppet, his speed had increased greatly. He was slightly faster than ordinary, great Tao cultivators. This space was dark. The spiritual qi was thin, and the air did not smell good. It was mixed with a dark and evil aura. As he walked deeper, Lin Tian gradually calmed down. He became more careful and cautious. After all, this space was not ordinary. He still remembered the feeling of fear when he first looked at the God of Heaven mountain. He knew that the feeling came from this blood-colored space. There might be treasures here, but there was definitely danger. The surroundings were very quiet. He walked alone, and the sound of his footsteps could be heard from time to time. A lake that was almost dry appeared in front of him. Lin Tian frowned slightly. His eyes flashed as he stared at the lake. In the next moment, with a rumbling sound, the lake churned, and 3 strange creatures rushed out from within. They were covered in white fur, like the white apes from ancient times. With a roar, they quickly pounced towards Lin Tian, their yin qi oppressive. Lin Tian propped up the strange phenomenon in his sea of knowledge. 3 black and white lotus petals rushed forward and sank into the bodies of the 3 strange creatures. Immediately, the 3 strange creatures let out ear-piercing screams. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their claws tore at their heads. Because their claws were very sharp, there was blood flowing out. It was dark red. Demon spirits born from the nourishment of the evil aura? They already have a pure body? Lin Tian frowned. He waved his hand casually. 3 golden beams of killing light flew out and chopped the 3 strange creatures into pieces. Only white fur and dark red blood were left on the ground. They are comparable to those at the early stage of the immortal ascension realm. He muttered to himself. As he spoke, he scanned the space around him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this place was not simple. He paused for a moment, shook his head, and continued to walk deeper. Soon, he had walked another several hundred feet. The ground suddenly shook, and the ground in front of them crumbled. A huge snake with a single horn rushed out, and scales grew on its head. It flicked its tongue, and its pupils looked very terrifying. It directly regarded Lin Tian as its prey, and swooped down. Quick update. The website is refreshing with few advertisements. I love this kind of website the most. You must give me a good review. Lin Tian raised his hand. Golden divine light flickered as he slapped down the rees. Pooh! The serpent was comparable to an elite at the second sky of the connecting immortal realm. But facing Lin Tian's slap, it couldn't resist at all. It was directly smashed into pieces, leaving behind a pool of blood and minced meat. Lin Tian's steps were calm, and his immortal body seemed very light. He walked along a straight path, all the way into the depths of the space. Not long after, he stepped into a continuous, blood-red mountain. There were many withered, old trees in the mountain. There was not a single leaf on the branches. As gusts of wind blew past, the old branches swayed as if ghosts were waving their arms, trying to lead people to the 9 Serenities hell. It gave people a gloomy feeling. Lin Tian walked forward. His eyes scanned the old trees, and rays of golden light flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! 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 All around, the withered old trees suddenly moved. They actually extended far away, enveloping Lin Tian. Lin Tian had obviously seen through the strangeness of these old trees. He did not panic. He directly used the divining divine art to support the sun-ocean. The majestic power of the king's territory immediately spread out in all directions, shattering all the branches. His footsteps were gentle, and he did not stop at all. He continued to walk forward. Taba! Walking in the mountains because of the dead silence around him, his footsteps became even more ear-piercing. He walked all the way into the depths, and soon, for hours had passed. During these 4 hours, he encountered various strange creatures, one after another. There were demonic trees, malicious spirits, blood spirits, rotten corpses, and even densely packed bone claws that rushed out from the ground. It was as if they wanted to drag him into a dark hell. It was very demonic, but they were all easily destroyed by him in the end. I clearly felt that this space was very dangerous before, but now he frowned slightly. Naturally, he didn't want to encounter any great danger. Instead, he clearly felt that this place was very dangerous, but it was very easy to walk all the way here. He didn't encounter any danger at all. This was a little strange, and it made him feel uncomfortable. It was as if a pair of cold and bloodthirsty eyes were staring at him in the dark, making him feel very uncomfortable. I hope I'm overthinking it, he muttered to himself. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He still looked very careful as he stepped into the depths. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. During these 2 hours, he still encountered all kinds of evil spirits, but they were nothing. With his cultivation, he easily crossed them and killed all the evil spirits that pounced on him. At this time, he finally reached the depths of this space. In front of him was a broken mountain, and he saw a withered figure in a black robe in front of him. "There's someone here." He immediately revealed a shocked expression. He clearly felt the fluctuation of life from this black-robed figure. It was not a demonic spirit, but a living person. In front of him, the black-robed figure clearly sensed that someone was approaching. He suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian finally saw the true appearance of the black-robed figure. It was an old man with a face full of wrinkles, and his eyes were a little sunken. The second level of the connecting immortal realm. The black-robed old man stared at Lin Tian, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. His sunken eyes narrowed slightly into slits. When I discovered this place by chance, I spent a lot of effort to enter. I didn't expect that a little cultivator at the second level of the connecting immortal realm could enter this place. Interesting, really interesting. The black-robed old man's voice was a little hoarse, like 2 pieces of glass rubbing against each other. It sounded a little harsh. Hearing his words, Lin Tian was slightly shocked. This black-robed old man had been in this place for a long time? He secretly focused and silently sized up the old man. Soon, a strange look flashed across his eyes. With just a simple look, he could feel how terrifying this black-robed old man was. His cultivation was very high, and he should be at the enlightenment realm. Buzz! Suddenly, in his sea of consciousness, the divine sword vibrated slightly, and a faint 7-colored light rippled out in his sea of consciousness. Lin Tian was shocked. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the 7-colored light rippled out in his sea of consciousness. His gaze fell on the mountain in front of him, and then his body trembled again. As far as the eye could see, Broken Mountain was precipitous, and it was covered with sword markings, causing him to tremble with a single glance. Those sword markings were like peerless divine swords that seemed capable of destroying everything. His heart trembled. The reason the divine sword was trembling was because of these sword runes. Staring at these sword runes, he was completely shocked. For a moment, he forgot about his surroundings. Subconsciously, his right hand moved slightly and pointed at one of the sword runes on the mountain. In an instant, a shocking sword essence spread out. It was fierce, upright, and domineering, causing the space within a radius of 100 feet around him to tremble violently, as if it would collapse in the next moment. As soon as such a powerful sword essence appeared, Lin Tian was immediately awakened. The shock on his face became even more intense. These sword runes! He was shocked. He just subconsciously pointed his sword at one of the sword runes, but it actually had such a sword power. It was too fierce and domineering. In just an instant, he instinctively felt the monstrous killing sword essence, as if it could really destroy everything. This, staring at the broken mountain in front of him, he was completely stunned. In front of the broken mountain, the black-robed elder also revealed a shocked expression, and he stared at Lin Tian in disbelief. He found this space by chance and spent a lot of effort to enter it. Then he found this place and found these sword runes. He had been cultivating carefully for several years, but he didn't understand much. But now a little second-tier immortal cultivator came here and subconsciously emitted such a fierce sword power with just a glance and comprehended some sword runes. How could he not be shocked? A faint light flashed through his sunken eyes. He paused, looked at Lin Tian, and said with a smile, "You can enter here with a second-tier immortal cultivation, and you can also comprehend such a powerful sword essence in an instant. Young man, you're not simple." Staring at Lin Tian, he continued, "I entered here, and so did you. I think the two of us are fated to meet. Why don't you come and comprehend together with me? I've been comprehending for several years, and I've also learned something. Later, we can discuss it together." Lin Tian looked at the black-robed elder. The other party's words were very polite, and there was a smile on his face. However, that smile made Lin Tian feel very uncomfortable. It gave him a sinister feeling, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Of course, he didn't care too much. He said to the black-robed elder, "Okay." The black-robed elder smiled and looked at Lin Tian. Then he turned his head and stared at the broken mountain in front of him again to comprehend the sword runes. Lin Tian paused, then stepped forward and sat down cross-legged 15 feet away from the black-robed elder. He raised his head and looked at the sword runes on the broken mountain in front of him. Staring at the sword runes, his eyes flashed. He felt the fierce sword essence again. The sword essence was too vast, as if it could destroy a big world. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He stared seriously at the sword runes on the mountain and tried to comprehend them. It was also at this time that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness shook slightly again. It automatically released strands of 7-colored light, weaving into his sea of consciousness, and then quickly merged into his eyes. In an instant, Lin Tian trembled slightly. He felt the whole world become bright and clear, thousands of times clearer. At this time, he looked at the broken mountain in front of him. The sword runes on the mountain were no longer sword runes. It was as if they were alive, emitting a bright light. Then, small swords condensed in mid-air, making clanging sounds. In the next moment, the densely packed small swords buzzed and suddenly rushed toward him like a rain of swords. In the blink of an eye, they penetrated his sea of consciousness from the space between his eyebrows, causing his sea of consciousness to stir up shocking waves. Aho! Jian Tianzuan, Towering Heaven's Sword Manual. Chapter 707. The densely packed small swords buzzed in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. An obscure, profound meaning appeared in his mind, causing his mind to tremble. The sword marks on the broken mountain were actually an ancient scripture left behind by one of the 9 celestial lords. Ao Jian Tianzuan. It was called the Towering Heaven's Sword Scripture. One man walks the world. One sword dominates heaven and earth. Vaguely, a thought reverberated in his sea of consciousness. For a moment, the densely packed small swords vibrated and intertwined with each other, setting off huge waves in his sea of consciousness. Lin Tian was shocked. He was shocked by such a heroic spirit. One man and one sword wanted to dominate heaven and earth. Dominating heaven and earth. Does that mean eternal life? His heart trembled slightly. The invincible ancient celestial lord had reached the end of his path of cultivation. What he thought of was only one word: eternal life. towering heaven, eternal life. He muttered to himself. In his sea of consciousness, the small swords buzzed and gradually emitted sword power. The light was so bright that it illuminated everything. Lin Tian focused all his thoughts on his sea of consciousness. At this moment, the densely packed small swords jumped around as if they were performing for him, outlining the essence of the sword Tao. Clang! He sat cross-legged in front of the broken mountain. His body did not move, but the sound of swords could be heard. The sound of swords was ear-piercing. Vaguely, the space around him became distorted. Light swords appeared on their own, as if they were from the boundless void. They broke through the air and appeared, wanting to slash everything in the world. Clang! 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 The whistling of swords continued as streaks of sword light appeared around him. It was as if sword spirits were by his side, and they were like protectors, protecting him firmly within them. 50 feet away, the black-robed elder was shocked. He stared at the scene, extremely shocked. The elder was shocked. Even though he felt that Lin Tian's comprehension ability was extraordinary, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. He had been comprehending the sword pattern here for so long, but he didn't understand much. However, Lin Tian seemed to have comprehended the essence of the sword pattern in just a short while. Such talent made his heart tremble. This was even more monstrous than a monstrous genius. It wasn't something an ordinary person could do. He stared at Lin Tian, stunned by Lin Tian's monstrous talent. His sunken eyes narrowed slightly. Buzz! Outside of Lin Tian's body, light flickered. In his sea of consciousness, a dense number of small swords hummed. He sat cross-legged in front of the broken mountain with a solemn and serene expression. With the help of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, he seriously comprehended the high heaven sword scripture. A swordsman must be righteous. A swordsman must be unyielding. Swordsmen must be firm. Lin Tian muttered. Gradually, he raised his right hand and formed a sword finger. A small sword formed a divine shape and revolved around the sword finger. In an instant, in this space, the sky fell silent, the earth fell silent, and only the small sword was humming. Clang! Lin Tian moved his sword finger, and the small sword moved along with it. The sword's humming reverberated through heaven and earth, suppressing all the rhythm. In his sea of consciousness, the dense number of small swords moved along with it and hummed. Time flew by quickly. With the help of the divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness, Lin Tian seriously comprehended the high heaven sword scripture. It was only until 3 days had passed that he stopped and slowly let out a mouthful of turbid air. At this moment, the dense number of small swords that rushed into his sea of consciousness turned into faint light and disappeared. The essence of the high heaven sword scripture was completely integrated into his sea of consciousness. He raised his head and looked at the broken mountain in front of him. The sword inscriptions on the mountain were still there, just like before. There were no changes. Those light swords that suddenly appeared just now should be related to that divine sword. It must have drawn out the essence of the sword intent. Lin Tian thought to himself. He stared at the sword inscriptions on the broken mountain and couldn't help but be surprised. He really didn't expect to obtain Ao Jian Tianzuan's inheritance here. The high heaven sword scripture was too powerful. It could be called a true offensive divine technique. However, why would that heavenly venerable inscribe sword inscriptions here? He was puzzled. At this moment, laughter rang out. Congratulations on comprehending the paragon skill. 5 feet away, the black-robed old man stared at Lin Tian. His eyes narrowed into slits like a venomous snake. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt very uncomfortable being stared at like that. I was just lucky. Senior, please continue comprehending. He replied. Continue? No need. Since you comprehended it, it means that I have comprehended it as well. The black-robed old man smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly, a large amount of dim light flashed and condensed into 49 skulls. In the blink of an eye, they completely surrounded Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression changed. He instantly felt a bone-piercing chill that completely froze the space around him. He didn't say anything. The other party's hostility was very obvious. He directly took out a high-grade immortal sword and used the high heavens sword scripture that he had just comprehended. In an instant, the immortal sword light swept out in all directions, turning into a peerless storm that swept out. The 49 skulls trembled and were almost cut into pieces. However, they didn't shatter in the end and firmly suppressed the surroundings. The black-robed old man's sunken eyes flashed with a wisp of light. Good, good, good. What a good paragon skill. You can actually interfere with the technique form of this old man who is in the enlightenment state when you use it with your second-tier cultivation base. The black-robed old man was a little excited. His voice was like the friction of glass. Did you think that this old man sincerely invited you to comprehend it from the beginning? Looking at Lin Tian, the black-robed old man said sinisterly, to be able to enter this secret place with your second-tier cultivation base. This old man felt that you were very extraordinary. I wanted to see if you could quickly comprehend the things on the Broken Mountain. I didn't expect that it would be so fast. As the black-robed old man spoke, the 49 skulls emitted rays of dim light, pressing towards Lin Tian in waves. This is the sorcerer tribe's soul-seizing array. With this array, I can seize your soul and integrate it into my body to refine it. When the time comes, I can quickly master everything you know. Naturally, the paragon skill you learned here will be the same as well. Although there is a price to pay for using this technique, it's obviously worth it for that paragon skill. 1. The dim light emitted by the 49 skulls became denser, suppressing everything around them. Lin Tian's expression changed greatly. At this moment, he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. At the same time, he felt pain in his head, as if something was slowly being pulled out of his body. He quickly used the Chani soul technique to stabilize his soul body. At the same time, he used more techniques to fight against the old man. It's useless, connecting immortals against Wujin. Even if you have unparalleled talent and heaven-defying paragon skills, what can you do? The black-robed old man sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the dim light emitted by the 49 skulls became even denser, completely isolating the surrounding space. Damn it! Lin Tian was shocked and angry. He used one technique after another to fight back, but it was really useless. Just as the black-robed old man said, the difference in cultivation between the two of them was too great. Even if he burned his life force now, it would be useless. Dong! Suddenly, a soft roar came from the bottom of the Broken Mountain. It was as if a loud shout came from the dead space, shocking Lin Tian and the black-robed old man. Looking at the Broken Mountain, the black-robed old man's eyes flashed with a strange light. There are other things in this Broken Mountain. Boom! The space shook violently, directly interrupting the black-robed old man's words. The Broken Mountain suddenly collapsed, and a gust of wind and waves swept out, bringing pieces of broken rocks in all directions. The black-robed old man's expression changed. What is this? Pfft. The violent storm swept over, and the black-robed old man was sent flying. He rolled more than 100 feet away, like a scarecrow. At the same time, Lin Tian also suffered a great disaster. He was also sent flying by the storm. A mouthful of blood came out of his mouth, and he only felt that his internal organs were displaced. However, he was somewhat lucky at this time, because the black-robed old man had used 49 skulls to surround him. At this moment, they helped him block most of the terrifying force. Ah! The black-robed old man's scream sounded from a distance. The 49 skulls were condensed by the light of his origin. At this time, all 49 skulls were shattered. he suffered an extremely terrible backlash, and he kept vomiting blood in the distance. Lin Tian rolled on the ground and struggled to stand up. He took out 3 Baodan pills from the stone ring and swallowed them. The energy contained in the pills quickly healed his injured body, allowing him to recover quickly. These Baodan pills were all refined by him in the small village in preparation for breaking through the divine of Heaven Mountain. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the broken mountain. The broken mountain had already collapsed. Below it, a monstrous demonic light rushed out, covering the entire sky in the blink of an eye, causing the originally dim space to become completely dark. A loud laughter sounded from it, finally condensed and formed. This world will tremble for this lord. Billowing demonic sounds swept in all directions. Boom! A monstrous light beam rushed into the sky, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In an instant, the entire 4th heaven trembled. In an instant, in this land, in many large clans, the enlightened realm old ancestors opened their eyes from seclusion, and their expressions changed greatly. This aura, the great Tao, is shaking. Even a Nirvana realm expert is only SOO. This could it be? In this world, someone has reached the Chaos Emperor realm. Emperor's aura. At this moment, in this heaven, every enlightened realm old ancestor felt terrified, and they couldn't help but tremble. Boom! In the blood-red space, demonic light overflowed into the sky, and the great Tao trembled. The scene was terrifying. Endless demonic light converged towards the center, causing the heaven and earth to rumble. Immediately, a tall demonic shadow appeared, surrounded by wisps of blood-red light, as if the immortal demon emperor was descending upon the world. 1,000 feet away, the black-robed old man coughed up blood while looking at the broken mountain in horror. He couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, Lin Tian also trembled slightly, and his face suddenly became a little pale. He once saw the nether demonic dragon at the peak of the Nirvana realm in the 2nd heaven. It was very terrifying and intimidating, but at this moment, compared to this demonic shadow, he felt that the nether demonic dragon was just like an ant. At this moment, staring at this tall demonic shadow, he suddenly couldn't even move a finger. He was completely suppressed by the other party's majestic demonic aura. It was also at this time that he finally understood why he felt such a great danger before. This place actually has such an existence. Chapter 708. The demonic light swept across the sky. Wherever it passed, the void would be annihilated. There was a terrifying energy contained within. The website is refreshing with few advertisements. I love this kind of website the most. I must give a good review. Lin Tian felt chills all over his body. At this moment, the vast demonic power interweaved in this space. He could not even move a finger. A sense of helplessness rose in his heart. Facing this demonic figure, he reckoned that even summoning the divine sword in his sea of consciousness would be useless. No, no! The black-robed old man trembled. Like Lin Tian, he could not do anything. His wrinkled face was filled with fear. The demonic supremacy had a cold and majestic expression. Bloody light interweaved around his body. The demonic light swept towards Lin Tian and the black-robed old man at an even faster speed. In an instant, the demonic light pressed down on the two of them. No, the black-robed old man was terrified. His old face was filled with despair. Lin Tian's heart turned cold. He regretted coming to this place. How could he fight against such a demonic supremacy? Whoa! At this moment, the broken sword inscriptions on the broken mountain shone. It was hazy. The light flickered and condensed into a young man. A circle of faint light rippled out with the young man as the center. In an instant, it suppressed the demonic light that was shrouding Lin Tian and the black-robed old man. It disappeared without a trace. Lin Tian suddenly felt his body become lighter. He could move freely. He looked at the young man in front of him in shock. Then he trembled again. This could it be? the young man appeared. At this moment, the high heaven sword scripture in his body seemed to have come alive. It was cheering in his body. The black-robed old man was no longer restrained. He trembled as he stared ahead. The young man was wearing a long robe. He had a slender body and a heroic appearance. His eyes were deeper than the starry sky. It was as if he had seen the vicissitudes of life. At the place where the 10 demonic veins converge, a strand of soul was born. The young man looked at the demonic supremacy from the broken mountain. I left the sword scripture behind. It seems like you did not learn much during the process of condensing your body. Lin Tianyi was shocked. As expected, earlier, when the young man appeared, the reigning heaven sword scripture in his body seemed to have come alive, and it allowed him to faintly guess the young man's identity. Now, he was right. This handsome man was Ao Jian Tianzuan. The demon venerable snorted. Not much? You're wrong. I have learned it very well and have long mastered it. With a thunderous boom, a violent sword hum erupted from the archdevil's body, causing the entire fourth heaven to tremble. Destructive sword light filled the entire space, interweaving with baleful will. It contained boundless killing intent, as though it wanted to sever eternity and destroy everything. Staring at Ao Jian Tianzuan, the honor demon laughed maniacally. I have to say, the sword scripture you left behind is truly peerless. It was enough to sweep through the world and suppress all living things. I should thank you. This sword manual will become my peerless killing weapon, Rees. Rumbling sounds resounded through the 9 heavens. At this moment, even the great Tao trembled. Shocked by this violent and destructive sword might, the great world trembled. Lin Tian's heart trembled. What kind of sword might was this? It was too terrifying, as if it could really destroy a great world. This honor demon venerable actually mastered the high heaven sword scripture. Crack! 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 The void shattered with a crackling sound, and the chaotic light intertwined. It was a scene of complete destruction. At this time, the space was collapsing bit by bit, and in the next moment, it would completely collapse. Ao Jian Tianzuan didn't show any joy or sorrow. A faint light spread out from the bottom of his feet, and the collapsed void suddenly recovered as if nothing had happened. In the past, when I accidentally discovered this place, the 10 demonic veins gathered together. I was worried that it would become a disaster, so I wanted to destroy it. However, a wisp of soul was born in the demonic veins. After all, it was still a life born in a hazy state. It didn't do anything wrong, so I couldn't bear to kill it. So I left behind the sword scripture. I left behind the sword scripture so that you can use it to cut off the bloody demonic will, leaving behind the righteous and benevolent heart. Looking at the honor demon venerable, Ao Jian Tianzuan's voice was calm. You have disappointed me. In your sword, there is only killing, not benevolence. The honor demon venerable's face froze, and a chill appeared in his eyes. You want to teach me a lesson? Don't give me the attitude of an Empyrean. In the distance, the black-robed old man trembled fiercely. The attitude of an Empyrean? This, from ancient times to the present, only the 9 legendary Empyreans could be called Empyreans. This long-robed man is one of the 9 Empyreans. The black-robed old man was shocked. Lin Tian had already guessed the identity of the man, so he wasn't surprised. However, hearing this, he finally understood why Ao Jian Tianzuan engraved the high heavens sword scripture here in the past. So this was the reason. This made him feel a sense of reverence. An ancient Empyrean, not only was his strength able to suppress the heavens, but his heart was also so broad. He could have directly destroyed the 10 demonic veins, but because a wisp of demonic soul was born in one of them, he didn't want to kill and instead left behind the sword scripture. This kind of heart really made him admire him. Boom! An even more violent sword might rushed out. Demonic light overflowed into the sky, and the blood light was peerless, causing the great Tao to tremble. In the entire fourth heaven, countless creatures trembled in fear. Immortal demon Venerable's expression was indifferent and dignified, bringing with him a supreme might that looked down on the world. After hundreds of thousands of years of condensation, I transformed the ancient demonic power into an emperor body. This seat is Immortal Demon Venerable. No one can teach this seat a lesson. Dark, demonic power surged, and sword light overflowed into the sky. The emperor aura of the chaos realm surged, and the entire world lost its rhythm. Ao Jian Tianzuan was very calm. He stood quietly in the midst of the endless demonic power. I didn't destroy this place in the past, but now I can't let it go. You have no benevolence, only killing intent. If I let you out, this world will be plunged into misery and suffering. You want to kill me? Immortal Demon Venerable was slightly stunned, and then he laughed wildly, as if he had discovered the most ridiculous thing in the world. Sword Venerable, don't think this seat doesn't know your true strength. How long has it been? You're standing here now, but you're just a strand of sword intent. You want to kill me with just a strand of sword intent? Lin Tian was shocked. He looked at Ao Jian Tianzuan. This was just a strand of sword intent. After a pause, he suddenly understood. Yes, the 9 celestial venerables have existed for too long. They can't exist in the river of time for so long. The terrifying demonic power surged again. It was vast and mighty, suppressing all Daos. Immortal Demon Venerable's expression was dignified. Endless demonic light condensed into a huge dark sword, and the destructive sword intent suppressed the world. Immortal Demon Venerable stared at Ao Jian Tianzuan like an emperor. The sword manual you left behind can be said to be peerless. To thank you, this seat will send the strand of sword intent of yours on its final journey. With a clang, the dark sword pressed down, destroying everything in its path. From now on, this seat will rule the world and dominate the ups and downs of the world. The huge dark sword pressed down and instantly arrived above Ao Jian Tianzuan's head. Lin Tian's body trembled. A complete primal chaos realm emperor made a move. Furthermore, it was executing the High Heavens sword manual. It was truly terrifying. He looked ahead with worry. Ao Jian Tianzuan had been unparalleled since ancient times, but it was ultimately just a strand of sword intent. Could it resist against a primal chaos realm emperor at his peak? Be destroyed. Immortal Demon Venerable said coldly. The huge dark sword pressed down and instantly arrived above Ao Jian Tianzuan's head. However, at the next moment, Immortal Demon Venerable was moved. The huge dark sword condensed endless demonic power that could destroy everything. But at this moment, it stopped an inch away from Ao Jian Tianzuan's head. It couldn't press down any further. You, Immortal Demon Venerable trembled. At this moment, he actually felt flustered. Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes were deep, but his expression was calm. As a heavenly venerable, I shall protect the peace of all living beings. Looking at Immortal Demon Venerable, Ao Jian Tianzuan raised his right hand. Your demonic intent and killing intent is too heavy. There is no turning back. You can't stay here any longer. With a slight movement of his right hand, Ao Jian Tianzuan pointed forward. There wasn't any terrifying wave, but the space in front was completely sealed. A finger of light directly enveloped Immortal Demon Venerable. No! Immortal Demon Venerable shouted. His body trembled and shattered inch by inch. Like a weak flame, he vanished without a trace. In an instant, the oppressive demonic light in this blood-colored space was gone. Even the air seemed to have cleared up. Lin Tian was shocked as he looked at Ao Jian Tianzuan in front of him. The reverence in his heart was even more intense. What was invincible? This was a true portrayal. Just a strand of sword intent existing in the world could kill a primal chaos realm demon venerable with a single finger. This is the power of a heavenly venerable. He was shocked. In the distance, the black-robed old man was also shocked. However, he relaxed again. The demon venerable was killed. Finally, he didn't have to die. At the broken mountain, Ao Jian Tianzuan stood quietly in the same place. His eyes swept across the distance, as if he was gazing at the entire 10 directions, celestial domain. Then his eyes fell on Lin Tian. His eyes were even more vast than the galaxy. Such a physique has finally appeared. Lin Tian Wei trembled slightly. Ao Jian Tianzuan could tell that he was a reincarnation body at a glance. Greetings, heavenly venerable. He bowed deeply to Ao Jian Tianzuan. It had nothing to do with strength. It was only because of Ao Jian Tianzuan's magnanimity. Ao Jian Tianzuan raised his hand. A soft force wrapped around Lin Tian's body and made him stand up straight. Looking at Lin Tian, this invincible heavenly venerable still stood quietly in the same place. His eyes were deep and full of vicissitudes. Lin Tian was shocked again. He felt as if his whole body had become transparent. There were no secrets to hide. It was also at this moment that he saw Ao Jian Tianzuan's body begin to fade and become transparent. Senior, he vaguely guessed something. The current Ao Jian Tianzuan was just a wisp of sword intent. It should have been left behind countless years ago. He wanted to see if the demon venerable in this place had a righteous and benevolent heart after cultivating the Sword Sutra. Because of this, he had always existed. Now, this wisp of sword intent couldn't continue to exist here. It was about to dissipate. Ao Jian Tianzuan shook his head slightly. His expression was very calm. He looked at Lin Tian and said, "Be good at using the Sword Sutra." As his words fell, Ao Jian Tianzuan looked at the vast land across the sky. His body became more transparent and finally disappeared like the air. Lin Tian stood quietly in the same place. Looking at the place where Ao Jian Tianzuan disappeared, he bowed again seriously. This predecessor deserved the respect of all living beings. Chapter 709. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The 49 skulls flickered with a dim light. Wisps of dense fog intertwined, emitting an evil sound like the screams of ghosts. It made one's scalp tingle. "Huh." The black-robed elder laughed evilly. His eyes were excited and sinister. The precious technique left behind by the ancient heavenly lord was a supreme treasure. How could he not seize it now that he had encountered it? The elder formed a strange seal with both hands. Suddenly, the 49 skulls became even colder. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. "You've been injured by the demonic aura. Your life source has been greatly damaged. Your strength is less than 30% of your peak. How dare you charge at me?" The black-robed elder snorted. "I'm at the enlightenment realm. 30% of my strength is enough to deal with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the 49 skulls trembled. More dim light rushed out and quickly pressed on Lin Tian. Lin Tianji sneered. "You're courting death," he said coldly. With a thought, the reincarnation diagram was propped up. It majestically protected him within. Then, he directly summoned the 3 black water platforms. For a moment, the terrifying killing intent was vast and mighty. In an instant, the space shook violently and the ground collapsed inch by inch. The black-robed elder's expression changed. The vast killing intent made him feel the threat of death. "You!" Lin Tianling snorted. He had engraved a corner of the eternal killing array on the 3 black water platforms. He had prepared this in the small village. At this moment, with a thought, the 3 eternal killing arrays exploded at the same time. The bone-piercing killing intent directly sealed the surroundings. "Ka!" Ka! Ka! With a crisp crack, cracks immediately appeared on the 49 origin skulls the black-robed old man had summoned. The black-robed elder's expression changed greatly. He cursed in his heart and quickly formed a seal to pull the skulls back. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. You want to take them back? With a thought, the killing light of the eternal triangle suddenly surged. The endless, eternal killing light pressed down on the 49 skulls. After a series of tremors, the 49 skulls were directly crushed into pieces. Ah! The black-robed old man screamed miserably. These skulls were formed from the light of his life essence. If they were damaged, he would suffer a massive backlash. Earlier, he had already been severely injured by the deathless Archdevil Sovereign's demonic might. 49 of his skulls had been shattered, and his life essence had been damaged. Now, another 49 skulls had been destroyed, and his life essence was once again in danger. Damn it, this old man will kill you. With a fierce roar, the black-robed old man used the wizard tribe's strange technique. The sky was filled with strange runes that pressed down on Lin Tian from all directions. Regarding this, Lin Tianji was indifferent. Boom! The concentrated, eternal killing light vibrated and slashed down madly. Chi! 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 The black-robed old man's sorcerer tribe's strange technique was instantly crushed. At the same time, the dense killing light landed on his chest and sent him flying. His body directly shattered and reassembled in the distance. His expression was extremely ugly. Do you think you can survive today? Lin Tianling said. The black-robed old man had been severely injured. His life essence had been damaged and broken, and his strength was less than 30%. His aura was extremely weak, but Lin Tianling was not. Because he had prepared a specially refined Baodan in advance, his strength had been restored to its peak. At this moment, his essence, qi, and spirit were at their peak. He was not afraid of the weakened, black-robed old man at all. With a thought, the triangular, eternal killing formation shook again. More killing light pressed down on the black-robed old man mercilessly. The black-robed old man roared. This was a peerless killing trap. In his current condition, it was really difficult to resist. Even if he wanted to escape, he could not. Once the eternal killing formation was activated, it directly imprisoned the surrounding space. He tried several times but could not break out. Every time, he was swept back by the dense and terrifying killing light. He could not break out at all. Puff! Once again, the black-robed old man was slashed into pieces. The aura he emitted was once again reduced to the lowest point. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The black-robed old man was shocked and angry. He was a dignified elite of the Enlightenment realm, but at this moment he was trapped by a cultivator of the immortal connecting realm. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. The dense killing light pressed down again. Puff! 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 The black-robed old man's body was crushed again and again. His face gradually became incomparably pale, and his already wrinkled face became even older. It was as if he had aged dozens of years at this time, and his movements became more than 10 times slower. You don't seem to be able to make it. Lin Tiandao. He stared at the black-robed old man with an indifferent and cold expression. This undoubtedly caused the black-robed old man's expression to become extremely ugly. He was shocked, angry, and terrified. He used a powerful technique to resist. Boom! The demonic shadows of 2 ghost shamans appeared. They roared fiercely and charged towards Lin Tian. The 2 ghost shamans' faces were ferocious. Ghost Qi was eerie and looked very terrifying. It caused the air to become more than 10 degrees colder in an instant. However, it was useless. With the black-robed old man's current condition, the power of the great technique he used was not even 1% of its peak power. It was extremely weak. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered by the eternal killing formation. The black-robed old man was shocked and furious. I'll send you on your way. Lin Tianling said coldly. He used the reincarnation diagram to protect his body. With a thought, the triangular eternal killing formation shone brightly. All the killing light condensed together and turned into a destructive sea of killing light. It directly drowned the black-robed old man. With a poof, his body turned into a bloody mist and floated in the air. You're only at the immortal ascension realm. Without the Tao laws, you can't kill me. A weak voice sounded. The black-robed old man did not die. He condensed a blood soul with a ferocious expression. You said that. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With a buzz, the reincarnation diagram cut through the void and pressed down majestically. With a swoosh, a portion of the black-robed old man's blood soul was instantly shattered. The blood soul body was directly covered in cracks. Immediately, the black-robed old man revealed a look of horror. This is impossible. What is this thing? Lin Tiantan remained silent. The reincarnation diagram directly crushed over. This was his king's territory. It was naturally a piece of cake for him to crush things like souls and bodies. The black-robed old man let out a loud cry. The blood-soul body was directly crushed and completely disappeared. His body and soul were destroyed. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He propped up the reincarnation diagram, and the triangular eternal killing formation also dissipated on its own. Fortunately, I made preparations before coming. He muttered to himself. If he hadn't prepared the triangular eternal killing formation and specially refined a few baodan, he might really have died in this place. Whoosh! A light wind blew in the space, bringing up a little bit of yellow sand. Lin Tian took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing slightly, calming the flow of divine power. Whoosh! The wind was blowing, and gradually, a trace of heat floated in the air. Not far away, at the location where the broken mountain collapsed, there were suddenly wisps of blood light flashing from the ground, and the void was slightly distorted. Lin Tian was slightly moved and walked towards the broken mountain. The broken mountain had completely collapsed, revealing a black hole. When he approached, he felt an even more shocking heat. Looking at the location underground, he saw a ball of blood-red flames burning below. It was boiling and jumping, and the heat was terrifying. This is the blood fiend demonic flame. He was shocked. The 10 demonic veins gathered here, and a terrifying demonic shadow was born hundreds of thousands of years ago. It also gave birth to such a flame. He thought to himself, the blood fiend demonic flame was recorded in the medicine encyclopedia. Such a flame was extremely terrifying, and it could burn an ordinary Wuzhen powerhouse to death. There was joy in his eyes, and he carefully approached it, preparing to use it to cultivate in the medicine encyclopedia. It would definitely allow his alchemist level to rise. However, when he got closer, he stopped. The flame was too terrifying. Even if he used the medicine encyclopedia, he couldn't get closer. It was far beyond his current cultivation. It's a pity that I can't use it to cultivate. He secretly shook his head. After a pause, he stared at the ball of blood fiend demonic flame, called out the black-green cauldron, and went towards the blood fiend demonic flame. The black-green cauldron was a medicine cauldron. It was obtained from one of the 9 great heavenly sovereigns, Master Apothecary Seclusion. Although it didn't have any offensive power, it was very sturdy. He believed that the cauldron could take away the demonic flame. The black-green cauldron didn't have much luster, and it was very inconspicuous. However, after it entered the blood fiend demonic flame, nothing happened. It steadily absorbed all the demonic flame. All right. Lin Tian kept the black-green cauldron, then closed the mouth of the cauldron, and carefully kept it in his stone ring. The blood fiend demonic flame was extraordinary. He was prepared to refine it when his cultivation was sufficient to raise his alchemist level. Moreover, Such a demonic flame could burn an ordinary Wujin powerhouse to death. At a critical moment, it could be used as a killing weapon. He glanced around and didn't leave immediately. Instead, he took out a long sword and practiced the Ling Tian sword scripture seriously. The 10 demonic veins gathered here, and the power of nature formed such a hidden space. Now that Ao Jian Tianzuan had killed the demon sovereign here, the great danger in this space was completely eliminated. He didn't need to worry about anything anymore. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. He waved the long sword, and the Ling Tian sword radiance was formed. There was a sword essence that could pierce through the clouds and break the sky. In 3 days, he had comprehended the Ling Tian sword scripture. However, the degree of comprehension was too low. At this time, he was the only one left in this space. It was naturally very suitable for him to practice the Ling Tian sword scripture here. Clang! The sound of the sword resonated continuously. In the end, he put away the long sword in his hand and controlled the Ling Tian sword scripture with his bare hands. Rays of sword radiance surrounded him, making him look like a sword god. It was very majestic. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, there was suddenly a violent roar in this space, which made Lin Tian come back to his senses from his cultivation. The 10 demonic veins seemed to have been destroyed by Ao Jian Tianzuan's finger. This space is gradually withering. He was slightly surprised. Immediately, he didn't hesitate and walked towards the place where he entered this space. After half a month of cultivation, his control of the Ling Tian sword scripture had improved a little. It was considered a preliminary achievement. It was time to leave. Chapter 710. Genius 1 Second Remember. I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Lin Tian strode toward the place where he had entered the blood-red space. In comparison, the evil blood aura in this space was many times weaker than before, and it was no longer as chilling as it was before, as the 10 demonic veins had been destroyed by Ao Jian. He walked along the path he had taken to come here. Along the way, he encountered many strange and evil beings. However, they were nothing and were easily destroyed by him. At the same time during this process, he found that the ground of this space was sinking and many cracks appeared. These cracks were getting bigger and bigger, extending to the surroundings. His eyes narrowed slightly. This space was slowly destroying itself. He couldn't help but speed up a little, and soon he arrived at the edge of the bloody space. Because this space was slowly destroying itself, the barrier of the space weakened a lot. He used the dragon burial scripture and stepped out in the blink of an eye. The air instantly became countless times clearer. He was still in the divine of Heaven Mountain. The surrounding trees were very lush and full of vitality. It was the place where he stepped into the bloody space. At most 10 days, that space will disappear, he said to himself. Shaking his head, he didn't care too much. It was best for that space to disappear. After all, it was an evil place. The clue is broken again. By Ziki, that pighead, why is he so low-key? He sighed. By Ziki and Bai Qiu both have king body. If they were a little bit high-profile, there would definitely be many rumors about them in the cultivation world. However, whether it was the 3rd heaven or the 4th heaven, there was no news about the siblings. He knew that Bai Ziki must be acting in a low-key manner. He only took Bai Qiu to cultivate quietly. He didn't participate in any battles, nor did he compete with other geniuses of the same generation. Where should I find them? After a pause, he walked out of the mountain. Forget it. I'll just cultivate while looking for clues. As for the siblings, he was not worried about their safety at all. This was because they both had king bodies and were strong enough, especially Bai Ziki. Back then, he had fought with Bai Ziki, and the other's talent was very shocking. Now, the reason why he is looking for them is that he himself came to the 4th heaven. The 2 of them should also be in the 4th heaven, so he wants to meet them and cultivate together. After all, they had been separated for many years, and he missed Bai Qiu very much. Following the path in the forest, he he quickly walked out of the God of Heaven Mountain's range. He took one last look at the God of Heaven Mountain before leaving. Soon after, he left the heavenly divine mountain and appeared in the vicinity of a great path. His footsteps were always gentle. There were many cultivators gathered in groups of 2s and 3s on the main road. The insectoids are catching people to make their insectoid beds again. Seriously, it's said that the nearby mortal villages have all suffered a great calamity and have been completely wiped out. The old people with weak blood chi were cruelly killed, and only a few young adults and children were captured for the newly born larvae to devour the blood essence to grow. Mother ***, this F** King clan. Sure, lower your voice. Don't you want to live anymore? If the insectoid cultivators hear you, you will be dead. This old man is aggrieved. Such a cruel clan. But they are actually one of the strongest in this world. What can we do? They are so powerful that only a few people can do anything to them. These cultivators shook their heads and walked away. Lin Tian was about to reach the entrance of the great path. After hearing those words, his footsteps suddenly stopped. The small village he stayed in for a few days wasn't too far away from this place. This made him feel uneasy. His footsteps paused. Without hesitation, he turned around, soared into the sky, and rushed towards the small village at his fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. After several hours, he arrived at a distance of 10,000 feet away from the small village. He could already see the village's shadow. Looking from afar, there were dozens of figures standing outside the small village. They were all cultivators, and their blood chi was very strong. They were pointing at the small village. His heart trembled slightly, and his speed increased. He almost turned into a bolt of lightning, causing the void to rumble. At the edge of the small village, a cultivator noticed this fluctuation. He turned his head in surprise, and then his face became even more shocked. This fluctuation, it is so strong. Who is it? That is so familiar. Is it the rumored man who killed the young supreme of the Dark Shadow clan not long ago? It is indeed that man. Among this group of cultivators, some of them recognized Lin Tian, and their faces suddenly changed color. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had already stepped over and landed directly in the small village from the sky. Instantly, his whole body trembled. Looking around, more than 30 houses in the small village were destroyed. Some houses had been burned down by the fierce fire. Now, the entire small village couldn't feel any signs of life. The domestic animals that used to jump around in the village were all dead. More than 20 corpses lay on the ground, stained with blood. These corpses were all the elderly in the village. Lin Tianyi saw the village elder who was treating him warmly. He stepped over and came to the elder's side. The elder was covered in blood. His chest had been cut open, and his internal organs could be seen. His breath of life had long disappeared, and only a pair of eyes were still open. This made his eyes turn red. Half a month ago, this simple elder was still smiling, kindly and hospitable. Now he had become a cold corpse, and his death was miserable. Instantly, killing intent began to spread out from his body. He glanced at other places. There were many corpses on the ground, and their deaths were as miserable as the elders. Suddenly, the killing intent from his body became even more terrifying. In the next moment, his heart trembled. He quickly stood up, leaving afterimages with each step. At the same time, he released his vast divine consciousness to search the entire small village. In the end, he only found 20 or so old people's corpses. The rest of the villagers were gone. The group of children who followed behind him and called him Martial Uncle were nowhere to be found. Little AI, who stuck to him all day long, was also gone. At the edge of the small village, a group of cultivators was surprised by Lin Tian's appearance. Seeing that Lin Tian was extremely anxious, they were even more curious. This man, is he related to this place? Could it be that he walked out from here? How is that possible? This is just an ordinary village. How could such a ruthless person walk out from here? Some people shook their heads. Then, when these people saw the tragic state of the village, they could not help but shake their heads. Even the old people with weak vitality were killed. How pitiful! This is still considered good. Those who are captured are the pitiful ones. They will be used as insect beds for the larvae. Their flesh and blood will be devoured bit by the larvae. That's the real pain. That's right, Sai. Feeding the larvae with the blood of living people, just to make them stronger in the future, is too cruel. This is not the first time. Over the years, the insect clan has done such things. Haven't they done enough? These cultivators discussed in extremely low voices. Lin Tian searched the small village again, but the result was the same. Other than the elderly who were killed, the other villagers, the group of children who were practicing martial arts, and little AI were all gone. At this moment, although these cultivators' discussions were very soft, he could still hear them very clearly. He took a step forward, raised his hand, and grabbed one of them. The people here, where were they taken to? His eyes were slightly red, and at this moment he was burning with anxiety. The captured cultivator was a middle-aged man who was at the 9th level of the Sea of Consciousness. He stared at Lin Tian's appearance at this moment and trembled in fear. I don't know. I only know that there is an insect, a branch tribe of the insect clan in the southwest. Lin Tian's appearance at this moment was too terrifying. The murderous intent around him made the middle-aged man so scared that he almost fainted. In front of him, the other cultivators were also frightened, feeling the murderous intent emitted by Lin Tian. Some of them could not help but retreat. Lin Tian threw the middle-aged man away and took one last look at the small village. He did not have time to deal with the corpses of the 20 or so old people. He directly turned into lightning and rushed to the branch tribe of the insect clan in the southwest. Now the other villagers, the group of children who were practicing martial arts, and little AI seemed to have been captured by the insect clan and used as insect beds for the larvae. He was so worried that his body turned cold. At the same time, the murderous intent was also surging. As he moved like lightning, it directly shattered a part of the void. At the edge of the small village, a group of cultivators trembled together. They were frightened by the murderous intent, and their faces were snow white. So scary. Someone trembled. That man, he really has something to do with this place. He's going to break into the branch tribe of the insect clan. That should be the case. These people's hearts trembled. After leaving the small village, Lin Tian used the 5th level of Yin and Yang Hua to the limit as fast as lightning. He streaked across the sky like a golden lightning bolt, shaking the void and making it rumble. Not long after, a huge stone village appeared in front of him. There were many palaces and buildings built with strange stones. There was a special ancient pattern on each of the palaces, which was the emblem of the insect clan. This was one of the branch tribes of the insect clan. When Lin Tian arrived here, he rushed in with murderous intent. Outside the branch tribe of the insect clan, a few powerful insect clan cultivators saw Lin Tian approaching, and their faces darkened. How dare you come so close to our clan? This is disrespectful. Capture him and use him as another insect bed. These insect clan cultivators sneered. Lin Tian could be considered to be famous in this region, but it was impossible for everyone in this region to know about him. The insectoid cultivators before him clearly did not know about him, so they did not care at all as they eerily pressed forward. Lin Tian carried an extremely strong murderous intent. An immortal sword appeared in his hand, and he raised it and slashed. Puff! 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 The nearby insect clan cultivators were directly cut into pieces, dying tragically before they could even scream. Lin Tian was anxious. His steps were quick as he directly smashed the door of this insectoid tribe and charged in. Who is it? How dare you break into the branch tribe of the insect clan? You're courting death. Kill him. This branch tribe of the insect clan wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. The moment Lin Tian rushed in, some experts noticed him and led a group of people to attack Lin Tian. Among them were experts at the 4th level of the immortal realm. Chapter 711. A large group of insectoid powerhouses rushed out, each with a cold look in their eyes. They waved their swords and used the secret techniques of the insectoid race, pressing towards Lin Tian. Please search product #book net to see the most complete novel. Boom! For a time, all kinds of killing lights intertwined, completely enveloping this space. Lin Tian was burning with anxiety. How could he have the time to care about these insectoid cultivators? He directly swung out a wave of killing sword light, bringing with it patches of dazzling blood. He shook the yin-yang lotus sea, released his divine sense, and quickly searched for the aura of the villagers. A moment later, his eyes shook. He raised his head and looked at a palace in the depths of the village. He directly lifted his leg and stepped there. In that palace, he noticed the familiar aura of the villagers. How audacious! You actually dare to barge into my clan's territory. You want to break into our clan's descendant palace. Suppress him. Don't let him get close. Kill. More insectoid cultivators rushed out. Among them, the insectoid powerhouse at the 4th heavenly layer of the Ascension Immortal Realm had cold eyes. He personally took action, drawing a murderous light that filled the sky. You're courting death. The insectoid powerhouse at the 4th heavenly layer of the Ascension Immortal Realm said coldly. His insectoid race was famous in the 4th heaven, and few people dared to provoke them. But now a young human cultivator actually dared to kill their insectoid branch with a sword, which made him furious. Lin Tianji took a step forward. With one step, 100 swords were born. Puff! The 4th heavenly layer of the Ascension Immortal Realm powerhouse who attacked was directly beheaded, and he died. For a time, all the insectoid cultivators in this place changed their expressions. A 4th heavenly layer of the Ascension Immortal Realm powerhouse was killed so easily. Who are you? Someone shouted with a trace of fear in his eyes. Obviously, he had never heard of the rumors about Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were full of killing intent. He just stepped towards the palace in the depths of the village. His body was as fast as lightning, and at the same time, a large number of sword lights followed him. Any insectoid cultivator who came within 10 feet of him was minced into pieces. Puff! 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 For a time, blood kept splashing like rain. How dare you! A loud shout rang out. A 6th heaven of the reaching immortal realm stepped out, his eyes cold. Lin Tian took a step forward and rushed towards the building in the depths of the stronghold. He raised his hand and swatted away the sword, containing a peerless killing intent. With a poof, the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm was pierced through between the eyebrows and fell to the ground. How is this possible? Many bug race experts were shocked. Who was this person in front of them? He actually killed a powerful existence of the 6th heaven of the connecting immortal realm with one strike. Quick, go and inform the branch chief. Someone shouted. Lin Tian had killing intent in his heart, but he was more concerned about the villagers. He was very fast, and he slashed out a large number of sword lights, killing all the insectoid experts that were blocking his path. Who are you? Some of the insectoid cultivators were shocked and furious. Their Bug Clan's branch clan was not small, and there were many powerhouses. But now, this person in front of them had barged in as if he had entered a place where there was no one. Lin Tian did not say a word. His steps were very fast, and the killing swords around his body mercilessly slashed in all directions. Instantly, blood kept splashing, and the insectoid cultivators fell at his feet one after another. He killed 10 people with one step. Soon, he finally stepped in front of the building in the depths of the stronghold and shattered the stone door with one strike. In an instant, a strong smell of blood rushed towards his face. The interior of the building was a small, independent stone room. As far as the eye could see, there was a young body in each small stone room. They were mottled with blood, and most of their bodies were even broken. There were ugly worms wriggling on these corpses, shuttling back and forth in the flesh and blood, gnawing on the flesh and organs. The scene was shocking, like a Jura hell. Hiss! 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 The worms wriggled, gnawing on the flesh and blood while hissing. Lin Tianyi was shocked. Was this what they meant by being a bed of worms? Staring at this scene, his killing intent soared like a torrential flood. In the stone rooms, there were bloody handprints and claw marks on the stone walls. Obviously, the corpses in the stone rooms had been thrown into the stone rooms while they were still alive. Then they were eaten alive by the larvae and died while struggling in pain. His body trembled slightly, and he gripped the immortal sword in his hand tightly. How cruel was this? He was worse than an animal. Human, what do you want to do? A group of insectoid powerhouses rushed over. Lin Tian's chest was filled with murderous intent. He swung the immortal sword in his hand backward, and dense sword light splashed out like rain. The insectoid cultivators who rushed over immediately screamed, and most of them were torn into pieces by the dense sword light, turning into a bloody mist. Lin Tian stared at the stone rooms, and his expression suddenly changed. Thinking of the people in the small village, he stepped into the building, and his speed was extremely fast. Some of the worms were startled by the aura outside his body and seemed to have been interrupted in their feeding. They raised their heads and hissed, their faces ferocious. Clang! Lin Tian's steps were very fast. A sliver of viciousness appeared in his chest. Dense killing swords spread out, accurately entering every stone room he passed by. Poo piu piu piu. The large bugs were crushed one after another, bringing out putrid blood. Damn human, how dare you do this? Outside the building, a group of insectoid cultivators rushed in, and they were all furious when they saw the worms of their race being killed like this. These worms had absorbed enough flesh and blood essence, and with the unique bloodline power of the insectoid race, they would soon be able to take human form. Then their cultivation path would be very smooth, but now they were being slaughtered like this. You're courting death. A large group of insectoid cultivators rushed in, and each of them was filled with murderous intent. However, in the next moment, a large wave of sword light rushed over, and in the blink of an eye, minced all the insectoid cultivators who rushed in. The other insectoid cultivators outside the building who were about to rush in all changed their expressions, and they were all frightened. Inform the branch leader to come here. Why isn't he here yet? Quick! Go quickly! Our tribe's young will all be killed. A powerhouse roared. At this moment, the insectoid powerhouses were shocked and angry, but they did not dare to rush forward. They were shocked by Lin Tian's killing power. Lin Tian broke into the building. After about 10 breaths, he finally sensed the aura of the villagers again. He stepped over and arrived in front of a stone room. There was a middle-aged man whose body had been eaten clean, and only his head was left. He still remembered that he was a young hunter in the village who was very good at hunting. Hiss! In the stone room, an iron worm with a pair of wings on its back rushed out. It had an ugly face and pounced on Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and slashed with a sword, directly chopping down this metal bug. He strode over and soon found the other villagers in the stone rooms. They were all dead. Then he saw the big boy who had invited him to fight. Only half of his head was left after being eaten by worms. He saw Little Stone, Lia Kai, and the other children that the enthusiastic village chief had introduced to him. Without exception, they were all dead and their bodies were tattered. His eyes were red and his killing intent was wild. The immortal sword in his hand vibrated, and rays of sword light flew out, killing the worms one by one. His body trembled. The villagers in the village were so kind. When he entered the village and walked in the villagers all nodded and smiled at him. Now they were all dead. The group of children who practiced martial arts followed behind him for a few days, calling him Uncle Master. They were mischievous and honest. He could still imagine the scene of the children practicing martial arts. Their fist techniques were taught by Baiqiu. Baiqiu had stayed in the village for 10 days to teach these little fellows fist techniques. Clearly, he was very fond of this group of children. But now these originally vigorous children had died so tragically in this place. At this moment, weak screams came from further inside the building. The voice was very familiar, and Lin Tian was shocked. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of a stone room. Inside was a little girl with a green jade hanging around her neck. Her hair was tied up in pigtails, and she was already badly mutilated. Blood was constantly flowing out of her mouth, and there were 5 slightly smaller iron bugs gnawing on her flesh. It was little Ai. Little Ai. Lin Tian's eyes were red. Sword light intertwined at his fingertips, and all 5 ironworms were killed. The little girl's body was still intact, but it was already badly mutilated. Even her bones were exposed in many places. The little girl's eyes were unfocused, and her vitality was fading quickly. She seemed to have seen Lin Tian's appearance clearly. Blood flowed out of her mouth, and her voice was intermittent. "Big brother, it hurts." Lin Tian's heart ached, and he almost cried. In the village, the little girl was always sticking to him. She was obedient and cute, but now she was being tortured like this. "Little Ai, don't be afraid. Everything will be fine. Brother will save you." He tried to make his voice as gentle as possible. Then he directly held up the reincarnation diagram. The divine diagram's mighty and holy aura enveloped the little girl. Traces of the reincarnation diagram's light entered the little girl's body, but the little girl's vitality was still weakening. "Damn it!" he roared and directly took out a wisp of reincarnation origin. It surged into the little girl's body, slowing down the speed of the little girl's vitality. However, this only slowed down the speed at which it was fading away. The little girl's life aura was still slowly fading away and slowly disappearing. "Damn it! Hold on." He took out more reincarnation origin and poured it into the little girl's body, but it was useless. At this time, the little girl's flame of vitality had already been extinguished. It could not be reignited, and the reincarnation origin could not do that. "It hurts. Big brother. It hurts. It hurts." The little girl's voice was intermittent. Lin Tian felt as if his chest was pierced by thousands of arrows. Divine light surged all over his body. The reincarnation diagram shone brightly, and the Heart Sutra of Sun was activated crazily. He took out another wisp of reincarnation origin and tried his best to save the little girl. However, it was still useless. Blood gushed out of the little girl's mouth, and her eyes, which were already bright, became even more hazy. After a dozen breaths, her vitality completely disappeared. Lin Tian's body shook. He stared at the little girl's corpse in a daze, and a ferocious aura gradually appeared in his eyes. Little Ai was only 5 years old. He could only watch as little Ai died in front of him, unable to save her. "Arg!" He roared angrily. A violent aura surged into the sky, directly shattering the palace and kicking up a cloud of dust. Many insect cultivators were horrified. They were all shocked and enraged when they saw the palace collapse. However, when they stared at Lin Tian in the ruined palace and felt his monstrous killing intent, they all trembled uncontrollably. Lin Tian reached out and trembled as he picked up the little girl's corpse from the stone room. Blood instantly dyed his clothes red. "I want your race to completely disappear from this land. If I don't kill your race, I will never enter the upper heavens." Chapter 712. He was surrounded by killing intent and the void rumbled. At this moment, the temperature of the entire space dropped rapidly. Lin Tian held the little girl's body in his left hand and walked forward step by step. Blood dyed his clothes red. A 5-year-old child, a 5-year-old little girl, who was usually obedient and cute, died in front of him in such a miserable manner. She died in endless pain. He couldn't save a single person in the small village. Thinking about how he lived in the village for a few days more than half a month ago, his eyes turned red, and his murderous aura surged wildly. Damn it! How dare you destroy our youngling's hull? All the younglings of our tribe are dead. You deserve to die. Kill him. The group of Bug Tribe powerhouses went crazy, and some of them rushed toward Lin Tian. Kill. The group of Bug Tribe cultivators roared and slashed at Lin Tian with all the weapons in their hands. All kinds of Bug Tribe secret techniques were used to suppress him. For a moment, the void rumbled and cracked. The mighty killing intent instantly covered Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian's clothes were dyed red. Holding the little girl's body in his left hand, he raised his right hand and slashed with the immortal sword in his hand. Uft, uft, uft. The dense sword light slashed in all directions with endless killing intent, and in the blink of an eye, blood was everywhere. After slashing with the sword, he didn't stop and slashed with the sword in his hand again. The sonorous sound of the sword was very ear-piercing, and it was vast and mighty in this space. His glabella shone, and the yin-yang lotus sea was propped up. Wherever there were fluctuations of life, the sword light would directly slash through, bringing with it patches of dazzling blood light. At the same time, the yin-yang lotus sea swayed, and the yin-yang lotus petals that were intertwined with black and white yin-yang light vibrated and rushed in all directions like sword light. The lotus petals entered their bodies, and immediately a large number of Bug Tribe cultivators screamed in pain. They held their heads and struggled crazily. Uft, uft, uft. The sword light slashed horizontally, and the Bug Tribe cultivators who were screaming because of the lotus petals were all cut into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Stop him! Stop him! Someone shouted. There were quite a few insectoid cultivators in this branch tribe as well. Instantly, even more insectoid cultivators surrounded them. Kill! There was fear in these people's eyes, but they had no choice but to attack. They shouted the word kill to boost their courage. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with viciousness. He stepped forward and slashed a second-tier insectoid cultivator in half. Blood splattered everywhere. He pulled out his immortal sword, and with a swoosh the other insectoid experts who were charging over were sliced in half. Their internal organs spilled out and scattered all over the ground. He raised his immortal sword diagonally and cut another insectoid elite into pieces. Here, no one could stop him. There was only killing intent left in his heart. He was like a demon that existed only for the sake of killing. Pooh! He took a step forward, and the immortal sword in his hand shook again, cutting a 5th-level immortal insect cultivator into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Every time he swung his sword, there would be insect clan cultivators dying. Every time he took a step, there would be insect clan cultivators spilling blood. You, how dare you do this? An insectoid expert at the 5th level of the immortal realm said in a trembling voice. He stared at Lin Tian. At this moment, even someone as strong as this 5th-level immortal was afraid. Lin Tianhun was covered in blood as he held the corpse of a little girl in his arms. He looked like a grim reaper who had stepped out of hell. He held a long sword in his hand as he mercilessly and cruelly reaped the lives of the members of this insect tribe. Not a single one of them could stop him. Several powerful beings of the 5th level of the connecting immortal realm were also killed by a single strike of his sword. Lin Tian's eyes were only filled with killing intent. The immortal sword in his hand trembled as he took a step forward and arrived in front of the 5th level insectoid cultivator. You, pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. He waved his immortal sword and cut the insectoid cultivator into pieces. His eyes were merciless and filled with ruthlessness. He waved the immortal sword in his hand again, and a large amount of killing light flew out. Pooh! 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 Blood mist exploded one after another, dyeing the ground red. Cries of agony and fear echoed out as the group of insectoid cultivators retreated. They were all frightened by the current Lin Tian. Human! A cold and angry voice sounded. A majestic aura pressed down, intertwined with the fluctuations of Tao laws. Lord Branch Patriarch. That's great. Lord is finally here. The insectoid cultivators were overjoyed. The insectoid branch patriarch was a half-step great Tao expert. He had been in seclusion and was at a critical moment. Now that he had come out of seclusion, he rushed over. When he saw the collapsed young child palace, the dead insectoids in this tribe, and the ground dyed red with the blood of the insectoids, he was instantly furious. The ferocious aura of a half-step great Tao expert directly pressed down on Lin Tian. In an instant, the void trembled and rumbled. This is the aura of a half-step great Tao expert. He's invincible under the great Tao realm. Some insectoid cultivators were excited. Lin Tian raised his hand. The immortal sword vibrated, and a large amount of sword light flew out, turning the insectoid cultivator who spoke into a bloody mist on the spot. You're courting death. The half-step great Tao expert was even more furious. He had already attacked, releasing a ferocious aura to suppress Lin Tian. At this moment, Lin Tian still dared to attack the other insectoids. He was looking down on him. Die! The half-step great Tao expert roared. His eyes were cruel, and the murderous light produced by the insectoid mystic technique pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his head. His eyes were ferocious, and the black hair on his forehead danced wildly. He was like the Grim Reaper, a demon lord, or a ghost emperor. Light flashed, and the reincarnation diagram rushed up. The divine and holy aura was vast and mighty, instantly annihilating all the murderous light. Then the reincarnation diagram flashed past, directly pressing down on the half-step great Tao expert. This is bang. The half-step great Tao expert coughed up blood on the spot. His body was instantly covered in cracks, and he was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Lin Tian took a step forward and approached like a bolt of golden lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the flying half-step great Tao expert. Yoopht! Sanguine light rose, and he swung his sword down, directly turning the half-step great Tao expert into a bloody mist. My lord! This is impossible. How can this be? Illusion. This is an illusion. The group of insectoid cultivators trembled. Their branch leader, a half-step great Tao expert, was killed so easily. Lin Tian tilted his head and took a step forward. The sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly and numbly. Screams sounded, and another dozen or so insectoid cultivators died. The half-step great Tao expert of the insectoid race was not weak. In a normal battle, it would not be so easy for him to kill the other party. However, it was different now. Now his heart was filled with killing intent, and he directly suppressed the insectoid with the reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory. At the same time, the last sword strike also contained his current full strength. It looked like he had killed the half-step great Tao expert, as if he was cutting grass. Uft, uft, uft. Sanguine light exploded continuously. The sword in his hand slashed the insectoid cultivators again and again. Some of the insectoid cultivators' blood even splattered on his body, making him look somewhat ferocious. Run! Run quickly! Screams and cries of horror echoed continuously. Many insectoid cultivators gave up resisting and fled out of the tribe. However, it was useless. Lin Tian had cultivated the Yin puppet to the 5th level, and his current speed was a little faster than ordinary Great Tao experts. How could these ordinary insectoid cultivators escape in front of him? There was no way they could escape. Ear-piercing screams sounded continuously. Lin Tian's eyes were slightly red as he hugged the little girl's corpse. Killing intent surged in his chest, and his vast divine consciousness completely enveloped the entire branch of the insectoid race. The sword in his hand slashed down continuously, wantonly reaping the lives of the insectoid cultivators. Uft, uft, uft. At this moment, in this insectoid race branch, there was only blood splattering everywhere. Only screams and cries of horror reverberated. Lin Tian was like the Grim Reaper. He destroyed one building after another and killed insectoid cultivators after another. After 15 minutes, this insectoid race branch was completely dyed red with blood. The insectoid cultivators' corpses were strewn all over the ground. Not a single one of the hundreds of insectoid experts, including a half-step Great Tao expert, survived. They were all killed by him. The smell of blood filled his clothes. He lowered his head and looked at the little girl in his arms. He felt as though his chest had been pierced by a sharp sword. Even though he had killed all the insectoid cultivators in this insectoid race branch, he did not feel any better. He put away his immortal sword and hugged the little girl's corpse. He walked back to the building from before and found the corpses of the other villagers and the group of children practicing their fist techniques. He brought them along with the little girl's corpse. Stepping on the void, he walked into the distance. Not long after, he returned to the village. The sky had gradually darkened. The originally lively and peaceful village was now deathly silent. Only the smell of blood floated in the air. More than 20 corpses of the elderly lay on the ground. No one cared about them. Lin Tian brought the corpses of the elderly out of the village. He came to an ordinary old forest near the village. He used his sword qi to flatten the area and dug out nearly 100 graves. Then he buried the corpses of the elderly together with the villagers and children he had brought back from the insectoid race branch. He inserted a wooden tombstone into the ground. Finally, he placed the little girl's corpse into a small grave that he had dug out. The green jade was sparkling and translucent. It was stained with blood as it lay quietly on the little girl's chest. Looking at the little girl's corpse, he thought of how obedient and cute the little girl was when she was alive. Those few days, she would always grab onto his trousers and stick to him. He felt a lump in his throat and an uncomfortable feeling in his chest. He waved his hand and used his gentle divine power to push the layer of soil. He slowly buried the little girl's corpse and erected a tombstone. Whoosh! The dome of the sky was completely dark. In the old forest, a gentle breeze swept by, bringing along pieces of withered leaves. It was very cold. Lin Tian stood quietly in front of the little girl's grave. His eyes were sometimes sad and sometimes ruthless. He stood there for an entire night. In the early morning, the morning sun rose and sprinkled a little bit of light on this land. Lin Tian looked at the small graves in front of him. His eyes finally fell on the little girl's tombstone. He felt a stinging pain in his eyes. A 5-year-old child, the most innocent and pure age, was now lying in a grave and had passed away. Chapter 713. After leaving the tombs, he did not return to the village. Not long after, he entered deep into the mountains and walked into the distance. As he walked deep into the mountains, he exuded a chilling aura. Wherever he passed, the birds and beasts would fall silent. They were all alarmed by the chilling aura he exuded. Time passed quickly. The insectoid branch that was slaughtered was soon discovered. The ground was covered in blood and corpses, shocking many people. This, a branch tribe, hundreds of insectoid cultivators, and a half-step Great Tao expert were all killed. Who did it? How can it be so terrifying? Did the insectoids offend someone? Do you think the insectoids Haven't offended anyone before. But who would dare to do such a thing? Who would have the ability to wipe out a branch of the insectoid race like this? After all, there was a half-step great Tao expert overseeing the tribe. Some cultivators were shocked. The insectoids were naturally furious. A branch tribe being slaughtered like this was a great humiliation to the insectoids. Immediately, an extremely powerful insectoid expert announced that the matter must be investigated thoroughly and that the culprit's entire family must be killed. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. On this day, Lin Tianyi, dressed in black, arrived in front of another stone village. It was another branch tribe of the insectoids. A large race like the insectoids had dozens of branch tribes. The locations of these branch tribes were naturally no secret. It was easy to find out. Lin Tian walked here with an immortal sword in his hand. The tip of the sword was propped against the ground, drawing a long sword mark. Outside the branch tribe, a few guards saw this scene and immediately frowned. Then they revealed sinister expressions. Approaching our tribe with a weapon. You're courting death. Take him down, the leader said coldly. Immediately, the surrounding insectoid guards all stepped forward and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian took a step forward. He raised the immortal sword in his hand and mercilessly slashed forward. The sword gleam was ice cold. With a clang, the sword gleam swept past and sliced the incoming insectoid cultivators into pieces. You! The leading insectoid cultivator's expression changed as he quickly retreated. Lin Tian raised his hand and a sword ray flew out, piercing through the insectoid cultivator. There was only murderous intent in his eyes, and the aura around his body was extremely cold. He stepped straight into the insectoid tribe. Who is it? Human, you dare to trespass into my clan. How dare you? The insectoid cultivators here were naturally enraged. They all attacked and charged towards Lin Tian. For a moment, Lin Tian was surrounded by a dense swarm of insectoid cultivators, all kinds of killing lights slashing at him. Lin Tian stepped forward without saying a word. He swung the immortal sword in his hand, sweeping away everything and crushing a large number of insect race cultivators. Clang! The sword radiance was ear-piercing, scattering down like rain, cutting through everything. With a pop, a fifth celestial layer expert was chopped into pieces. Before he died, his eyes were wide open, filled with fear. Pooh! 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 Sword beams slashed out within the space, causing the insect race cultivators to wail out wretchedly. They were simply incapable of defending against the attacks. Who the hell are you? How dare you do this? A sixth celestial layer expert tried to put on a brave front. Lin Tian stepped forward and raised the long sword in his hand, cutting the sixth celestial layer expert's head into a bloody mist. In an instant, the surrounding insectoid cultivators couldn't help but tremble. You, a sixth celestial layer expert, was easily killed. At this moment, staring at Lin Tian, these insectoid cultivators panicked. Lin Tian stepped forward and released his divine consciousness. The immortal sword in his hand swept past numbly and mercilessly. Clang! He only swung the sword. Immediately, dense sword rays slashed across, killing a large number of insectoid cultivators. No one here could stop him. Wherever he passed, only blood and broken corpses fell to the ground. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from the depths of this branch tribe. The leader of this branch tribe appeared. He was a half-step great Tao expert. Staring at this scene, he couldn't contain his anger. Then, when he saw Lin Tian clearly, his expression changed again. It's you, the person being chased by the Ant Clan, Dark Shadow Clan, and Bone Clan. The leader recognized Lin Tian. What? It's that human. Hearing this, the insectoid cultivators here all changed their expressions. He had killed the young supreme masters of the Ant Clan and Dark Shadow Clan, killed the experts of the Bone Clan, and slaughtered several half-step Great Tao experts. This human in front of them was actually the person in the recent rumors. Immediately, these insectoid cultivators' expressions became even more horrified. According to the rumors, this person in front of them was exceptionally terrifying. How dare you? You've already offended the Ant Clan, Dark Shadow Clan, and Bone Clan. Now, you dare to do such a thing and provoke our clan. You're tired of living. The half-step Great Tao expert of the insect race shouted. Lin Tian didn't have much of an expression. There was only coldness and murderous intent as he lifted the reincarnation diagram and pressed it forward. With a loud boom, the reincarnation diagram was vast and mighty, instantly covering the surroundings and pressing towards the half-step Great Tao expert of the insect race. The half-step Great Tao expert of the insect race resisted with all his might, but under the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory, he was still a little weak. After fighting with Lin Tian for a few minutes, he was crushed by Lin Tian with the reincarnation diagram. Lord! The cultivators of the insect race were horrified. The half-step Great Tao expert was their strongest expert, but he was killed just like that. All of a sudden, staring at Lin Tian, these insect race cultivators shivered and fled in all directions without putting up any resistance at all. Even their strongest half-step Great Tao expert had been killed. How could they resist such a person? However, even though they were fleeing, how could they possibly escape from Lin Tian's eyes? Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated in all directions. Lin Tian walked in this space and slashed with the immortal sword in his hand again and again, creating waves of sword light that pierced through the insect race cultivators. No insect race cultivator could escape. Ah! An hour later, with the last scream, the insect race tribe was wiped out and all of them died. Lin Tian didn't stop and simply walked out of the place while stepping on the blood-stained ground. Soon he arrived at the third branch of the insect race with the immortal sword in hand. He stepped in expressionlessly and ruthlessly killed all the insect race cultivators inside, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. Then he strode towards the fourth branch of the insect race. There was nothing much to say as he directly killed his way in, raised his sword, and wiped out the entire place. Soon, the slaughtered insectoid tribes were discovered. The smell of blood had spread far and wide. The 4 branch tribes have already been wiped out. Who exactly is doing it? Which ruthless person did the insect race provoke? How could they be so ruthless? The 4th heaven was in an uproar. Hearing such a thing, many cultivators were dumbfounded, and their faces were full of shock. The insect race was extremely powerful in this world. Many races were afraid of them, but now 4 branch tribes were wiped out in a row. This made many cultivators' hearts beat wildly. The insect race was naturally furious. 4 branch tribes were wiped out in a row, which made the entire insect race lose a lot of face. Damn it, who the hell is it? How dare they do this? Tell all the branch tribes to be vigilant. Investigate. Find out for me. Find the murderer. Skin him, light a sky lantern, and kill all 9 generations of his family. Many insect race powerhouses issued orders in their clans. It was also at this time that Lin Tian came to the 5th branch tribe with the immortal sword in hand and stepped in. In this place, a large group of insect race cultivators directly rushed out. Damn human, it's you. The 4 branch tribes of our race were slaughtered by you. Kill him. The insect race powerhouses in this branch tribe roared. With a boom, the most powerful half-step Great Tao cultivator of this tribe walked out. Together with a few other tribesmen of the 6th firmament of the immortal ascension realm, they set up a killing formation and trapped Lin Tian within. Terrifying killing light instantly interweaved in all directions. 4 branch tribes were wiped out in a row. Do you think the other branch tribes like us are unprepared? The half-step Great Tao powerhouse in the lead said sinisterly, the legacy killing formation can kill anyone below the Great Tao realm by combining our strength. Boom! Killing light surged like raging waves, sweeping in all directions. It was truly terrifying, surrounded by such a killing formation. Lin Tian did not panic at all. His eyes were still filled with shocking killing intent, and wisps of ruthless aura surged. He had consecutively slaughtered 4 branch tribes of the insect race, but he still did not feel good. He could not forget the scene of little AI crying out in pain before she died. Every time he recalled it, he would feel a stabbing pain in his heart. Damn it! His expression was fierce. A black water platform appeared beside him. With a boom, the eternal killing marks instantly filled the void, shaking heaven and earth. After slaughtering the first insect race tribe, he buried little AI and the others. Then he walked deep into the mountains and carved a few more eternal killing platforms for emergencies. At this time, he directly summoned them. Ka! With a crisp sound, the killing formation activated by the insect race powerhouse directly shattered. It could not withstand the power of the eternal killing formation at all. This is impossible. The expressions of the insect race powerhouses changed drastically. The killing formation that they had carefully prepared could trap and kill anyone below the Great Tao realm. However, at this time it was so weak that it shattered in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with anger, killing intent, and ferocity. All of you die. Boom! The eternal killing marks boiled, and killing light swept in all directions. The few insect race powerhouses who activated the killing formation to trap Lin Tian were the first to suffer. They were directly shattered under the eternal killing light. Even the half-step Great Tao powerhouse was no exception. He could not withstand the eternal killing formation at all, and was instantly turned into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, the other insect race cultivators were all horrified. They were all terrified. No way. How could this be? The strongest cultivator in the tribe and a few other cultivators worked together to activate the killing formation, but they were all killed in the blink of an eye. This made the remaining cultivators of the insect race tremble in fear. Some of the weaker ones could not even stand properly. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the remaining insect race cultivators. Instantly, the eternal killing light slashed out as if it had a spirit. Ear-piercing screams reverberated in the air. Not long after, the screams and sounds of fear in this place disappeared. All the insect race cultivators were killed. Lin Tian turned and left, walking out of this place. He didn't stop for too long. Soon after, he arrived at the 6th branch tribe of the insect race and killed all the insect race cultivators in this tribe. Then he slaughtered the 7th branch tribe, the 8th branch tribe, and the 9th branch tribe. For a time, the entire 4th heaven was shaken, and many cultivators were horrified. When he slaughtered the 10th branch of the insectoids, a group of cultivators who happened to pass by saw him walk out of the insectoid branch covered in blood. When they saw the corpses of insectoid cultivators littered the ground, they immediately trembled in fright. Their faces turned snow white in an instant. Chapter 7:14. The cultivators who saw this were all frightened, and their faces paled. Pin booknet. Among them, someone recognized Lin Tian as the man who was rumored to have killed the young supremes of the Ant Clan and the Dark Shadow Clan not long ago. He was the man who was being hunted down by the Ant Clan, the Dark Shadow Clan, and the Bone Clan. Immediately they trembled again. This insect clan branch tribe was completely wiped out. It was him. Someone trembled. Soon, this group of people thought of something else. Recently, several insect clan branch tribes were massacred in succession. It was him who did it. Everyone was terrified, looking at Lin Tian from afar. this group of cultivators couldn't help but tremble. They couldn't even move their feet, only feeling their legs go weak. Lin Tian didn't care about this group of people. Without changing his pace, he left this place and walked toward the next insect clan branch tribe. This group of cultivators stared at Lin Tian's back as he left, their hearts trembling. They only felt better when Lin Tian's figure completely disappeared into the horizon. However, their legs were still trembling, and they couldn't move for a long time. After leaving the 10th insect clan branch tribe, Lin Tian held the immortal sword and soon approached the 11th insect clan branch tribe. The immortal sword in his hand was propped on the ground. The sword was stained with blood, leaving a long bloody sword mark on the ground. Who is it? There were people guarding this insect clan branch tribe, and they shouted coldly when they saw this. But soon, these insect clan cultivators suddenly remembered that their own branch tribe had been continuously massacred, and their expressions changed. The murderer is here! These insect clan cultivators quickly ran back to their tribe and shouted at the same time to inform the experts in their tribe. In an instant, all the experts of the insect clan in this branch tribe rushed out, including a half-step great Tao expert and several experts of the 6th heavenly layer of immortal ascension. Their expressions were awe-inspiring. At the same time, there was some fear in their eyes as they looked ahead. With one look, these experts' expressions changed. They recognized that Lin Tian was the man in the recent rumors. It's you! The half-step great Tao expert here was shocked. How dare you provoke the ant race, the dark shadow race, and the bone race? Not only did you not provoke the ant race, the dark shadow race, and the bone race, you even provoked my race. How dare you? Some other cultivators at the 6th level of the connecting immortal realm said angrily. Lin Tian carried his blood-stained immortal sword and stepped into the insectoid tribe. He didn't say anything unnecessary and directly attacked. The immortal sword trembled, and the sword light instantly swept across the land. Pooh! 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 In the blink of an eye, a large number of insectoid cultivators met with disaster. They were penetrated by streaks of sword radiance and died an unnatural death. Damn it! Crush him! Kill! The half-step great Tao experts from the insect race roared furiously. Together, they took out a treasure flag that shone with dazzling divine light. It was a slightly damaged, low-grade Tao weapon. It interweaved with a boundless destructive power and pressed down on Lin Tian. With a cracking sound, the treasure flag's power was astonishing. As it moved, it shattered pieces of space. Lin Tian took a step forward and directly summoned the divine fire cauldron. The high-grade Tao weapon's power pressed down in all directions. It immediately shattered the treasure flag that several insectoid experts had taken out. At the same time, it mercilessly pressed down on these insectoid experts. No, the few experts cried out loudly and used all their strength to resist. However, how could the power of a high-grade Tao weapon be so easily resisted? With just a slight tremor, it shattered the space and directly drowned the few insect tribe experts below. They were all shattered into pieces, leaving behind a patch of blood that dyed the ground red. Immediately, the other insectoid cultivators were horrified. The strongest experts here were all killed in an instant. Lin Tian didn't show any mercy. He waved his right hand, and the immortal sword hummed. It mercilessly slashed in all directions, sending out waves of bloody light. At the same time, the divine fire cauldron that had been summoned shone brightly. The high-grade Tao weapon's power shook the space and crushed the earth. The insectoid cultivators turned into blood mist one after another. They didn't even have time to scream before disappearing from the world. Soon, half a quarter of an hour passed, and the place quieted down. Blood was everywhere, and corpses were scattered everywhere. It was like an Azura hell. Lin Tian carried the blood-stained immortal sword and turned around and walked out of this place. After that, it didn't take long for the 11th insectoid branch clan to be discovered. Combined with the previous 10 insectoid branches that were slaughtered in a row, it set off another frenzy in the fourth heaven. In less than half a month, 11 of the powerful insectoid clans had been massacred in succession. Moreover, at the same time, a voice was heard saying that the person who had slaughtered the 11th branch of the insect clan was the man who had recently killed the young supreme beings of the ant clan and the dark shadow clan. Many cultivators were shocked again. It's that man. He has already offended the ant clan, the dark shadow clan, and the bone clan. Now he is being hunted by the powerhouses of the 3 clans. Why would he attack the insectoid race? Is he crazy? I don't understand. Slaughtering 11 insectoid branches in a row. What kind of deep hatred is this? I haven't heard of any big grudges between that man and the insectoid race. Yet, strange. Many people were surprised and suspicious. Immediately at this time, someone said that the insectoid race wiped out an ordinary village not long ago. They killed the weak, old people in the village and took the young adults and children to make insectoid beds. At that time, Lin Tianyi appeared in the small village with an anxious face, then rushed to a nearby insectoid branch tribe with a murderous intent. Suddenly, the truth became clear, and many people guessed many things in an instant. That man has something to do with that small village? Could it be someone who came out of that small village? We can't be sure if he came out of that small village, but one thing is for sure, that man must have a very close relationship with that small village. The insectoid race wiped out that small village, killed the weak old people in the village, and took the others to make insectoid beds. That must have angered that man. That should be it. This is really a deep hatred. Many cultivators discussed. The insectoid race must be mad. 11 tribes were wiped out in a row. In the last few thousand years, this has never happened in this region. Yeah, mad. It's best if they die of anger. A cultivator cursed in a low voice. This damn race always feeds the blood of the living to the newly born larvae. They should all be cut into pieces. They should be wiped out. This race should be wiped out completely. Sure, keep it down. That's right. Don't let the insectoid cultivators hear you. We can't afford to offend them. A cultivator next to him reminded in a low voice. The insectoid race, the main race in the center, you're courting death. Kill all 9 generations of your family. A furious roar sounded. In the main race of the insectoid race, in a large hall, the current leader of this race was furious. In less than half a month, his insectoid race had lost 11 tribes. There was a group of insectoid powerhouses in this hall. At this moment, all of their faces were pale and ugly, with murderous intent. We must find him and kill him as soon as possible. We can't let this continue. Otherwise, more tribes will be in great trouble, and our people outside the race will be in great danger. That's right, but the key is how to find this bastard. This bastard's whereabouts are unpredictable, and this region is so big. It won't be easy to find and capture him. The ant race, dark shadow race, and bone race have been chasing him for so long, but they haven't succeeded. This shows how difficult it is. That bastard will definitely go to the other branch tribes and wave his butcher's knife at us. We will send the strong warriors of the main tribe to the other branch tribes and wait for that bastard to go there. Then we will kill him. There are nearly 100 branches. The main race doesn't have that many powerhouses to guard the branches. Only half of the branches can send the powerhouses of the main race to guard them. But this is equivalent to trying our luck. It's not a good plan. Not good. Then, now we can only gather the members of the branches together. In this way, we don't have to worry about that bastard attacking us one by one. No, for the sake of a single person, our clan had to migrate on such a large scale, gathering all the branch clans together to deal with him. How would the people of the world view our clan? It will make our race lose face. Then what should we do? This group of insectoid powerhouses' faces were pale, and the murderous intent on their faces became thicker. I have a plan to make him come to us by himself. A green-haired young man walked into the hall. He was the young supreme being of this generation of insectoid race. For a moment, all the insectoid powerhouses in the hall were shocked and looked over. What plan? Can you really make that bastard come to us by himself? The insectoid powerhouses were bewildered. The young supreme being of the insectoid race smiled sinisterly. Don't worry, I have fought with him once, and I know him quite well. He is very strong. Therefore, he will appear by himself later. Lin Tian slaughtered 11 branches of the insectoid race in succession, causing the insectoid race to panic one after another. The fourth heaven was boiling with shock, setting off another huge wave. Every corner of this world was talking about this matter. At this time, Lin Tian had already walked into the 12th branch of the insectoid race with the immortal sword in his hand. He ruthlessly slaughtered the insectoid race's 12th branch in half an hour. This so terrifying. Slaughtering 12 branches in a row. Does he want to slaughter all the insectoid race's branches? Many cultivators were shocked. Of course, at the same time, many cultivators felt extremely relieved. The insectoid race is indeed cruel. They have killed too many innocent lives over the years. Many cultivators are very dissatisfied with them. Then, on the same day, a piece of news suddenly spread. The young supreme of the insectoid race is going to the insectoid branch near the golden splitting mountain range to get something, and he will stay there for a while. 12 branches of the insectoid race were slaughtered in a row, and then the young supreme of this lineage suddenly wants to go to the golden splitting mountain range to get something. Why does this sound a little strange? It's quite strange. It feels like a trap. What do you mean by trap? This is clearly a trap. This news must have been deliberately released by the insectoid race. They spread the news that their young supreme is going to the golden splitting mountain range to lure that young supreme to kill the insectoid race's young supreme. After all, killing a young supreme is more valuable than slaughtering 20 or 30 branches of the insectoid race. There must be a lot of traps there. As long as that young man goes there, he will definitely be left there. However, if we can easily detect that this is a trap, that young man must also be able to do it. So will he still go there? I don't think so, right? Who would be so stupid to jump into a trap when they know it is? I don't think so. I think that young man will definitely go there. Someone shook his head and said, from the recent rumors, that young man is very strong. Moreover, he seems to be very angry because of the small village that was wiped out. I think that even if that young supreme knows that this is a trap, he will definitely go there and kill the young supreme of the insectoid race. This seems to be very likely. This is an open conspiracy. Many people's expressions changed. At the same time, Lin Tian naturally heard the news. Immediately, a cold, cruel, and cold light flashed in his eyes. The immortal sword in his hand was stained with blood, and he was on his way to the 13th branch of the insectoid race. After hearing the news, he immediately changed his direction and went to the golden splitting mountain range. He could clearly guess that this was a trap set by the insectoid race for him, but he was not afraid. Chapter 715. Genius 1 Second Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The gold-splitting mountain range is located in the northwest of the fourth heaven. It was once a precious material used to forge immortal artifacts, so it was named the gold-splitting mountain range. Near this mountain range is a large stone city, which is a large branch of the insect race. At noon, Lin Tian carried a blood-stained immortal sword, and with killing intent, he approached the stone city step by step. Outside the insectoid race's stone city, a few guards saw Lin Tian approaching and were shocked. "He's here!" One of the guards shouted, and then quickly retreated into the stone city. Lin Tian's pace didn't change, and his expression didn't change. Only the blood-stained immortal sword remained on the ground as he stepped into the stone city, step by step. Wang. The moment he stepped into the stone city, Strands of strange light lit up outside the stone city. They intertwined with strands of Tao law waves and instantly covered the entire stone city. At the same time, a sinister laugh sounded. "I knew you would come." Inside the stone city, four figures stood at the top of a tall stone hall. 3 old men and 1 young man. The young man had green hair, and he was the young supreme of this generation of the insect race. The 3 old men next to him were all intertwined with Tao law fluctuations. They were the 3 great Tao powerhouses of the insect race, respectively at the first, second, and third layer of the great Tao. Little beast! The 3 great Tao powerhouses' eyes were cold, and their killing intent was undisguised. In the stone city, the cultivators of this branch of the insect race gathered together and stared at Lin Tian with cruel eyes, as expected of the peerless genius of our race. After the news was released, that person really came. What a brilliant plan! With such a genius in our race, we will definitely prosper in the future. That's right. Many insect race cultivators spoke. Lin Tian raised his hand and waved the immortal sword in his hand, and a large sword light swept out, slashing straight at the group of insect race cultivators. The sword light he slashed out was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it caused a great disaster to the group of insect race cultivators. Dozens of insect race cultivators fell into a pool of blood, cut into pieces by the tyrannical sword light, and blood directly dyed the ground red. This caused the group of insectoid cultivators to tremble. They were shocked, frightened, and furious, and they all retreated. "Damned human! How dare you be so insolent, acting so presumptuously in my clan's territory? You deserve to die. Damn it!" Some of the insect race cultivators were enraged. Their race had 3 great Tao Realm Supreme Elders and a young paragon who could kill half-step great Tao Realm cultivators. Yet Lin Tian was still so domineering. He had directly attacked and killed dozens of their race members. The gazes of the 3 great Tao Realm experts from the bug race turned even colder. They ordered the bug race cultivators here. "Everyone retreat further away!" They stared at Lin Tian, and the murderous intent in their eyes grew stronger. They didn't try to hide it at all. However, the 3 of them didn't do anything. In the next moment, the young Bug Clan Supreme being stepped forward. "The 3 Grand Supreme Elders won't make a move, and our clan's geniuses will kill him. How could that beast be worthy of the highest elder of our tribe? Even the geniuses of my clan can crush him with 1 finger." The bug race cultivators said viciously as they retreated. The young bug race supreme being stepped forward. He stared at Lin Tian and sneered. "Outside the stone city, there are restrictions and barriers set up by the 3 great Tao realm experts of my clan using their own Tao laws. You can only enter and not leave. They have already sealed off the entire stone city. Now that you're in the stone city, you won't be able to escape." The young bug race supreme being smiled sinisterly. Green, poisonous light intertwined around his body. "That day, I was tricked by your killing formation and couldn't unleash my full strength. It's a pity that I couldn't kill you. It just so happens that my cultivation has made a breakthrough recently, and I've reached the peak of the 7th tier connecting Immortal Realm. I've also made other breakthroughs. It's just right for me to kill you." Buzz. Green poisonous light spread out. The young bug race supreme being's aura grew stronger and stronger. Lin Tian held the blood-stained immortal sword. There was only killing intent in his eyes. He didn't make any unnecessary movements. He directly summoned the high-grade Tao weapon, the Divine Fire Cauldron. In an instant, destructive divine power waves swept through the entire stone city and pressed down on the young bug race supreme being. High-grade Tao weapon. Rumor has it that this bastard has a high-grade Tao weapon. It's true. This Tao weapon will belong to our race, the 3 bug race supreme elders said coldly. As soon as the divine fire cauldron appeared, its Tao power was boundless. Scorching airflow swept in all directions, causing the space to tremble. Literature building. The young bug race supreme being snorted coldly. The poisonous light around his body grew stronger. A trident rushed out of his body, exuding a power that was no weaker than the divine fire cauldron. It was also a high-grade Tao weapon. It directly blocked the divine fire cauldron. This is our race's strongest Tao weapon, the god-slaying halberd. It's that Tao weapon. Many bug race cultivators were excited. Boom! As soon as the god-slaying halberd appeared, the power of the high-grade Tao weapon spread in all directions. It collided with the divine fire cauldron, and they were evenly matched. Since I know that you have a high-grade Tao weapon in hand, I'll naturally be prepared. The young bug race supreme being's eyes were sinister. He sneered and said, "You have no advantage against a high-grade Tao weapon. Today you will die without a doubt. After you die, your divine fire cauldron and the secret treasure from that day will all belong to me." In response, Lin Tianji only had 3 words: "You will die." His expression did not change at all when the high-grade Tao weapon was blocked. The immortal sword in his hand trembled. Instantly, an extremely sharp sword will shot into the sky as if it was going to shatter heaven and earth. It directly shattered the space around him. Clang! The sword whistled slightly, and a sword ray swept out. It was as fast as lightning, and with a poof, it pierced through the young bug race supreme being. Blood splattered in the air. It was blinding, and all the bug race cultivators were shocked. How can this be? The expressions of many cultivators from the insect clan changed. Their clan's genius could kill a cultivator who was half a step into the great Tao plane. But now his chest was pierced by a sword in a single exchange, causing a large amount of blood to flow out. This was unbelievable. Even the 3 great Tao plane cultivators were moved. Clang! The sword whistled again, and the sword will split the clouds and sky. The immortal sword in Lin Tianji's hand was stained with blood. He took a step forward, and thousands of swords appeared. The dense sword will instantly engulf the entire world. The peerless sword will cause the void to shatter on the spot. Even the 3 great Tao experts felt their hearts tremble. The young bug race supreme being was sent flying and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, when he sensed the sword will, his expression changed. He let out a loud roar and directly propped up a strange technique of the bug race. It transformed into a huge bug wall in front of his chest to block the sword will. Crack! The sword will was sharp. It landed on the huge bug wall and directly shattered it, causing the young bug race supreme being to be sent flying again. There was only killing intent in Lin Tianji's eyes. He took another step forward and slashed with the immortal sword in his hand. 18 sword will immediately swept down. At this moment, he directly activated the heavenly sword scripture. Every sword contained an immortal will that was above heaven and earth. It contained a peerless killing power that could destroy all things. Clang! The sky trembled. 18 immortal sword will descended, slashing open the void and landing on the young bug race supreme being once again. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The young supreme being of the insect clan screamed in agony and spat out a mouthful of blood. One of his arms was chopped off. Then the dense sword radiance pressed down and crushed the severed arm that flew out diagonally. It turned into a cloud of blood mist and drifted away. Such a scene immediately caused the expressions of all the insect race cultivators to change drastically. Their young paragon actually had one of his arms chopped off. Damn it, bastard. The insect clan's young supreme martial artist roared angrily. He quickly stabilized his body and roared fiercely. With a boom, an extremely cold aura spread out. 3 beetles, glowing with purple light, rushed out from his body. As soon as they appeared, they emitted an extremely horrifying fluctuation, as if they could devour everything in this world. This is the the holy devouring mantis. The expressions of some insect race experts changed. They were shocked and excited. Being nurtured in the origin, the demonic body is immortal and indestructible. It can tear apart everything. The genius of my clan actually raised 3 of these godly mole crickets. This saint-devouring mantis can devour divine power, crush bones, and tear the void apart. It's an invincible divine mantis. That bastard is dead for sure. The saint-devouring mantis can tear him into pieces. Not even his bones will be left. The insectoid cultivators were extremely excited. They stared at Lin Tian with a sinister look in their eyes, as if they were looking at a broken corpse. The insect clan's young supreme martial artist had lost an arm, and his clothes were stained with blood. He stared at Lin Tian with an extremely vicious gaze. He growled like a beast. Devour him! The 3 saint-devouring mantis were only the size of a palm. Clearly, they could understand the insect clan's young supreme martial artist's words. Their purple demonic bodies shook, and they charged toward Lin Tian like 3 purple lightning bolts. They bit open 3 large cracks in the void. Lin Tian's expression didn't change at all. There was still only killing intent in his eyes. The immortal sword in his hand vibrated and shook the sky. Clang! He performed the heaven-defying sword manual, and the peerless sword energy swept across the world. Each sword energy contained immortal killing force, and its power became more powerful and terrifying than before. It swept forward like a destructive sword rain, as if it was going to destroy everything in the world. Such a sword might immediately cause the ordinary bug clan cultivators to tremble. Some of the weaker ones were so shocked that they fell to the ground. Boom! The sword rain swept across the sky and directly enveloped the 3 saint-devouring mantis. In the next moment, a clear and crisp sound was heard, as if metal had shattered. In the dense sword rain, the 3 saint-devouring mantis trembled. Their demonic bodies were all covered in cracks. Then they exploded with a poof and turned into 3 purple blood mists under the heaven-defying sword energy. The divine mantis was... How is this possible? The saint-devouring mantis is invincible and can tear everything into pieces. How could it be killed instantly? Illusion. This can't be real. The insect race cultivators were horrified. At the same time, the young supreme being of the insect race roared, and the viciousness in his eyes intensified. Human. The 3 saint-devouring mantis were his blood, sweat, and tears. He had cultivated them for many years, and not long ago he could completely control them and turn them into sharp weapons. But now they were shattered by Lin Tian just like that. Boom! The green poisonous light outside his body rolled like a raging sea. He supported the other powerful secret techniques of the insect race and charged toward Lin Tian crazily. Lin Tian didn't reply. He just shook the long sword in his hand and took a step forward. The heaven-defying sword manual slashed again. With a clang, the dense heaven-defying sword energy appeared again. It tore the sky apart and enveloped the young supreme being of the insect race. Poof! 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 Blood splattered. The insect race secret technique, supported by the young supreme being of the insect race, collapsed. His body was almost instantly pierced into a sieve, and he let out a shrill scream.